taking a train on it. I think he's off a bit, but he's getting on.
My wife made me pull a flu bomb.
But I hope he doesn't die.
Is it contains ginger?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But that is a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. So in the office. 6:39. And then he has.
However,
And then.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday. I hope you all had a nice restful week last week.
I did.
That's good because I know you did. Rub it in. So we're going to open the hearing on HB 748, establishing a local education freedom account program, and I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Verville. Welcome to Education Policy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable colleagues. I'm going to present House Bill 748 for you. For the record, I'm Kevin Verville. I represent Rockingham 2nd District, serving the towns of Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. I'd like to give you a little background about me in case you're not aware. So I'm a New Hampshire native. I was raised in Pembroke. I attended the Pembroke public school system through grade 8. My parents, in their infinite wisdom, chose to send me to Bishop Brady High School here in Concord for high school. I attended Plymouth State College. It's Plymouth State University now. It was a lowly college when I attended there. And I got a degree in physical science, secondary ed, with a chemistry option. I've worked both as a chemist and an educator. I held an experienced educator certificate from the New Hampshire Department of Education, taught for several years. I also attended graduate school at Tulane University in New Orleans. So I am a product of the public school system as well as the private school system, both religious and non-religious private schools. And I've taught in the public school systems in both Massachusetts and New Hampshire. I did a long-term sub-assignment in North Andover, Massachusetts, and I was a science teacher at Hollis Brookline High School for several years. I'm currently the technical director for a company called Summit Packaging Systems with headquarters in Manchester, New Hampshire. So House Bill 748 is relative to public education. And we should really understand what my perspective, what my view of the definition of public education. Public education in New Hampshire means that each local community has an obligation to educate the children in their community. Inherent in this responsibility is the public funding for the education of all children. So when we speak of public education, really what we're talking about is the financing, the funding. Public education does not necessarily have to take place in a public school, right? Public education can take place in a lot of different locations. And so that's what this bill is based on. Modern thinking on education is to provide that which is in the best interest of the student. And it's hard to imagine that requiring attendance to a particular school based on a student's home address will provide students with the education that is in their particular and individual best interest. If we consider special education, children in special education system each receive an IEP, an individual education plan, to ensure that the child receives an individualized education that is in the best interest of the student. Further, those requiring the most specialized individual education plan are often sent to or tuitioned into private schools most of which are out of district, that are capable of providing for the needs that are in the child's best interest. So the concept and practice of using local taxpayer education monies to send students to private institutions for public education is already in common practice. In fact, my hometown of Deerfield, we only have a pre-K through 8 school. We have no high school. So we have no other option but to tuition our students to other schools. Currently, we have the option of Concord High School, not in our SAU. We're at Deerfield's SAU 53. Co-Brown Northwood Academy, not in our SAU, or Pembroke Academy, which is in our SAU. Currently, we have about a third of our students attending Co-Brown, about 2/3 attending Concord, and only a couple of kids that choose Pembroke Academy. 2 years ago, it was virtually 100% Concord High School because we had an exclusive contract. Right? It's only in the last 2 years that Deerfield moved away from a one-school high school option to a multiple high school option. It is expected that in the next school year, the school year after the next school year, it'll be an even split between Co-Brown and Concord High School. And the year after that, we expect 2/3 of the students to be going to Co-Brown because they're choosing Co-Brown. This bill is enabling legislation. So nobody is forced to do anything. The bill has very low ballot access, very low threshold for ballot access. So it only takes a small number of petitioners to place the question onto the local ballot. That's good because it's ease of access. The threshold to enable a local education freedom account is relatively high. It's 60%, right? So it's a super majority at the ballot box. So it's easy to ask the question. It's not so easy to pass the question. If a district chooses to enable local EFAs, and after a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever period of time, if the district no longer believes that that program is in the best interest of their community, of their students, then the program can be repealed. The ballot access for the repeal question is the same low threshold as the threshold to put it on the ballot to initiate the program. And the threshold to repeal is the same as the threshold to enable. So it requires a 60% vote to disable the program. Okay? It allows the voters of the citizens of the community to decide whether or not they want to make this program available to their students. The local EFA bill counts EFA students. So if you enable the program and a student avails themselves of a local EFA, because they don't have to, then they are counted in the district for the average daily membership. That's important. Because they're counted as part of the average daily membership, the state adequacy funds, as well as other funds, special ed monies, etc., continue to flow from the state into the district. The EFA amount is twice state adequacy. So that is to say, the state adequacy grant would basically be a pass-through from the state to the district to the EFA. And the local district would match those funds. So currently, state adequacy grants are a little less than $5,000. And so if a community chose to enable this, then that little less than $5,000 from the state would flow into the EFA, and then the district would match that amount into the EFA. Okay. There's certain financial safety nets for everybody involved. So first of all, the first year grant sets a minimum threshold. So if I take an EFA this year, my grant is X. subsequent years going forward for that child, for that student, the grant would never be less than that. So that way the family knows what their minimum threshold funding is going to be. The grant is recalculated annually. So if the state adequacy number moves, then the local number would move up or down. But if it moves down, it never goes below the first year funding for that student. That's a family safety net. If a child takes an EFA and they get to 20, they graduate high school, whichever comes first. If there's money left over in the EFA account, that money reverts back to the local school district. So any unspent monies goes back to the general fund of the local school district. Special education in the bill is specifically called out to be at the discretion of the local school district. So special education does not change for the district or for the student. Special ed location of services from an IEP are at the discretion of the school district. So let's say we have a student that needs speech therapy or help in math or, whatever the case may be. If the school district says, look, we provide that service in-house in this school and this is where the service is available, then somebody taking a local EFA, they have to agree to that. They have to agree that the local district has the discretion of where the special ed takes place. So that's important because what it does is it prevents somebody from getting tuition into a school that doesn't offer the service, right? And then mandating that either that school offer it or that the sending district, the local district, would have to pay for it there, right? Because that creates a very high financial burden on local school districts already financially struggling for various reasons. So the special ed stays in place at the discretion of the local district. The IEP process doesn't change, right? So the development of an IEP is in partnership with the local school district, the family, and the student, right? So that process remains the same and intact. You simply can't take a local EFA and then demand special ed services wherever you want to go get that. So that's an important aspect of the bill. The other thing that's important is that we hear a lot of complaints relative to the state EFA program, relative to accountability, right? That the public school system has a level of accountability that some would say does not exist outside of the public school system. And so to reach across, to try to bridge that gap, because I'm not convinced that that's true, but to bridge that gap, this bill, 748, requires that local EFA participants take the New Hampshire statewide assessment system evaluations, right, assessments, as scheduled by the state. That's the same accountability that we use for local public schools. Right, that's the accountability method. It used to be the NECAP, then it was Smarter Balance for a few years. Now it's New Hampshire SAS. Right. The reason I'm not convinced about the accountability claim is when we look at assessment results. Even though New Hampshire is one of the academically best performing states in the nation, we still struggle to get proficiency rates at 50%. And yet I don't hear anybody clamoring to somehow remedy that, right? It's a local control issue. But that is the accountability vehicle. And so that remains to be the accountability vehicle in this bill. I don't want to take. I've already taken up 15 minutes of your time. I don't want to take up any more. I would certainly be willing to answer any and all questions that members may have.
Thank you. I have one question. The local match they don't match differentiated aid, correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So when I was looking at the fiscal note on this bill, I believe the Department of Education got it incorrect, right, in their calculation. The local EFA grant is double state adequacy, period. But the other potential funding sources, and let me just get to that list so I don't misquote it. Free and reduced meals, special education aid, English language earner, none of that would be doubled. That money would still flow to the child, but not at double the rate. It's only the other thing is that's important to note is there's no double dipping. Right. So the New Hampshire scholarship, which is by business tax donation, you can't take a local EFA and participate in that. And you cannot participate in a local EFA and a state EFA because you are counted as average daily membership. You are technically a member of that school district, even though you're going to get your education somewhere else. So you cannot get a local EFA and a state EFA, right? So it's one or the other, if any.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple, if I may. Going back to the special education funding, special education, if a youngster was taking the local EFA, then why would the local school system still be required to pay for the special education program to provide it? They sort of opted out of the local system, but now you're saying the local system has to still provide the special education training for.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. It's always an interesting sort of debate as to how we choose to handle special education, right? So my interests, my motivation is to provide what is in the best interest of the child, the best interest of the student, right? The best interest of the student is to not offer money to leave the district at the cost of having special ed stripped away. But I also believe that it's an unreasonable burden to say if you choose to go elsewhere, then the special ed has to follow you, right? So because that becomes financially very burdensome with transportation and other issues. Interestingly, local EFA, you lose the transportation. And so it's to try to find a happy medium, a place in the middle that works for everybody. So because the special ed is still in the local district at their discretion, there really should be no change to cost to the district for that, right? Because it's the same services in the same place that would otherwise be offered. And it's up to the student or the student's family to get them to and from that location. So to me, that seems like a happy medium to best meet everybody's needs.
May I follow up? Thank you. A different question, but I want to go back to the special ed piece again. If the youngster is going to place somewhere else, EFA, and you're under your program, and they come back to the school district, did I hear you say initially that the additional revenue for free and reduced, special ed dispensation, ESL, those 3 or 4 differentiated increases in the money would flow through the student? I think I heard you say that.
That's the way the bill is written.
Okay, so if they flow through, then the local community would not be getting any of the special ed funding to help support that youngster. But they're coming back and still have to take special ed in the community.
Yeah,
so you see what I mean?
Oh, I fully connect the dots, and I'm certainly not going to disagree with you. The amount of money that's flowing from the state is relatively small, right? One of the biggest challenges with special ed, and one of the reasons special ed is swamping so many school districts' local budgets, is because special ed really is a federal mandate, isn't it? And the state law mirrors the federal requirements, but it's not really a state requirement, it's a federal requirement. And unfortunately, the federal government refuses to fully fund the special ed mandates that it puts on states and local school districts. And so while I don't disagree that you could have that, right? The question is how many special ed students will take a local EFA but come back for special ed? You know, that's hard to predict. I would say that we could come back and fix that in the future if it became an issue. I don't want to let the perfect become the enemy of the good, respectfully.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for taking my question. If I'm understanding you correctly with regard to special ed transportation, you're stating that it would be 100% the parent's fiscal responsibility to find a vehicle, a transportation modality to transport a child to a location of their choosing?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's actually, transportation is actually, you know, universally the responsibility of the student or the student's family, right? They are counted as for average daily membership so that the state funds still flow into the district. But just like any child that leaves a school district, the burden of transportation now is on that student or that student's family. So if I choose to, let's say I chose to do what my parents chose to do, right? And send my kids to Bishop Brady High School. And then I'm on the hook for that. Well, that's a bad example because there's no legal requirement to provide high school transportation. So let me back up a little bit. So let's say that I chose to be more proactive than my parents and send my children to, say, St. John's here in Concord, right? Which is through grade 8, last I knew. If I make that choice, then I have to provide the transportation to and from that school. That becomes my responsibility.
If I may ask, even though the IEP may specifically enumerate services that are included and transportation is included in that, so in the plan, for example, how the child is transported on and off the bus or anything like that that might be specified in the child's IEP, how can you be recognizing the IEP and then in one instance and then for transportation purposes related to that?
I better understand your question now. I apologize for not seeing forward enough. So there's two different worlds that we're talking about, right? There is one where little Kevin needs help with articulation of the spoken word, right? And so that's a service that I get in my local district school. But now I'm choosing a local EFA, so I'm not there anymore. If I still want to avail myself of the articulation assistance, right, then it's the burden on me or my family to get me to and from there. Once transportation is placed into an IEP, right? So we can imagine a student that is in some certain condition that requires special transportation. Then it would be my understanding that would still flow as it does today, right? Because it's specified in the IEP. So you can't if it's in the IEP, you cannot say no.
Okay.
Follow up? Sure.
Don't be sorry. It's all fun.
So then, if a service provider, for example, comes into the district initially or travels to a school, like often happens, to provide services for a child, they're also then coming to provide services and then may leave once they're done providing services to a student or multiple students throughout the day and head to their next placement to address other students. So how are you stating that those services are you're foregoing those with regard to local? I'm having a hard time understanding where that wall ends.
Sure, I think I understand the question. So a local EFA is a choice. It is a choice. It is a choice that a student makes. It is a choice that the student's family makes, right? To determine for themselves what is in the best interest of the child. And so if my special service is speech articulation, and it is offered Tuesday at 9 a.m. at the Deerfield Community School, because that's where I live, is in Deerfield, then if I want to continue to avail myself of that, it is the burden on me or my family to get me to that school for 9 o'clock speech therapy. That's articulation. That's the challenge, right? With choice, it's not, hey, I get to take the money and I get to have everything that I want. There's pluses and minuses. There's trade-offs. And if you can't make that work, right? If you can't make that work and you believe that that's critical to the best interest of the child, then you have to make a different decision, right? There's no, it all goes back to there is no one size fits all. Okay? So I have twin daughters. One wants to go into musical theater. The other, I would qualify as an academic, right? She's a little brainiac. Concord High School in CRTC has probably hands down the best theater program in the state of New Hampshire. And at the time my children entered high school, that was our school of record. And she was excited. She was over the moon to be able to attend that program. All right, that's great. That's awesome. My other daughter looked at the academic program at Concord High School, and with all due respect, in her assessment and our assessment, we found it to be lacking, not up to what would be in the best interest of our child. And for that reason, we sent one of our daughters to Co-Brown Northwood Academy before it was a choice for Deerfield, because we believe that was in the best interest of the child, right? So no, we had a bus to Concord, so transportation's there. There's no transportation to Co-Brown. We made it work. Was it easy? No, but it was a choice. It was a choice we made. This bill simply opens up choices. Since I'm on the theme, the current EFA program allows enough money so that some families where other options in the local district school are out of reach, it can help and bridge that gap. If you double that amount, you make other opportunities fairly close to universal. Will everybody be able to afford wherever they want to go? No, but this amount of money would put a lot of options into the reach of a lot of families, a lot of students. One of the things that people say is, well, if you have this, you're gonna decimate the local public school. You're gonna decimate it. And I don't believe that, because the only way you decimate it is if kids leave, right? If your local public school is not attracting local students, right? If people start taking EFAs and going other places, that should tell your local school they are not providing the goods and services that their customers want. Think about the advantages of a local public school. One is transportation is guaranteed through grade 8, although not required after high school. Most people want their children to be raised in the local community. They want them to have a sense of place, right? That I grew up in Pembroke. I am proud I grew up in Pembroke. Most of us are proud of where we grew up, right? Oh, I grew up here. Great place. Loved it. Not everybody, most people. Most people want that. Right? Most people want their kids to be raised with their friends and neighbors' kids that live in their community. It's a short commute. For the most part, local schools are the closest option, right? With transportation, there's a lot of advantages. It's a lot of advantages. But there is no one school that fits every kid, that fits every opportunity. And all I'm trying to do is to find a mechanism to allow communities to open up opportunities to students.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I couldn't see an income eligibility on this cap so I have a question. If I make $750,000 a year and I want to send my child to St. Paul's, and they'll get the money from the local taxpayer, the property taxes, but My neighbor makes $65,000 a year. Their property taxes are gonna be paying to send my child to St. Paul's when I make $750,000 a year?
Can I ask a personal question?
Yes.
What community did you raise your children in?
I don't want to answer any personal
Pick one. Pick a town at random.
Manchester.
And so you're making $750,000, which is awesome. Good for you. I'm glad you're successful.
This is an example. This isn't me.
I understand. So
Okay.
we're just in the hypothetical.
All right.
And so when you brought your children to the Manchester School District, did they ask you how much you earned to determine what access to local public education you would get for free?
That's not answering the question.
Yeah, well,
Public education's available to everybody. St. Paul's is not available to everybody.
Okay, thank you. So public education is available to everybody.
Right.
We do not means test public education in New Hampshire, right? Except for state EFAs. Hold on, allow me to answer the question, please. We do not means test public education in New Hampshire. In fact, I would say it is antithetical to the New Hampshire tradition to means test for access to public education. This is a local EFA. For me, local public education is the funding of a child's education using public monies. It is not about the school that the child attends or where they get the education. So so when I brought my kids to the Deerfield Community School at a young age, they did not say, Mr. and Mrs. Verville, how much do you make? Oh, you make that much. You can have English and math for free. If you want anything beyond that, you have to chip in. We do not means test public education.
You're not answering my question. My question was, do you think it's fair that the person making $65,000 a year and paying property taxes is contributing to your child to go to St. Paul's when you make $750,000 a year? And that's a choice. You were talking about choices. It's a choice to go to St. Paul's. If you make that choice, you pay for it, correct? Thank you.
No, allow me to answer the question if I may. You asked a question, allow me the opportunity to answer it. So the local EFA is going to generate less than $10,000. I have to admit, I have not pinged St. Paul's School for what their tuition rate is. I'm going to assume it's significantly higher than that. Right? And so you are still going to pay because the local EFA is not going to pay all of that tuition, right? It's probably going to help. Yes. What about the families that don't have children? Is it fair for them to pay for your child's education? Yes. Okay. So then it's fair for them to
At the
chip,
local
if I
public
may
school.
finish the
Okay, we're
answer.
not
Madam
gonna do
Chair,
a back
Madam
and
Chair,
forth here.
do we have rules here with respect
Yeah.
to colloquies?
Yes, we've already had
Excuse me.
enough questions. We're not doing a back and forth. It's not a debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative.
Thank you. In your extended remarks, you actually kind of brushed past or began to delve into the question that I was going to ask earlier, but I'm still going to ask it, but a little bit differently, and that is, I see from the 40,000 foot level, we've gone into quite a lot of detail here. From the 40,000 foot level, there seems to be an objection to a program such as this one, and EFAs in general, that is expressed and has been expressed by candidates in the last election at the very least, that if programs such as this one were to be implemented, that this would destroy the public schools. Are you aware of that argument, and which it appears that you are? And what do you believe is the rational and realistic basis for believing that providing an alternative such as this one to parents who are taxpayers within their districts to make a choice such as this one? What's the rational and realistic fear, a basis for that fear, do you believe?
Thank you for the
Do
question.
you agree with that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I appreciate it. So certainly, one of the things that we constantly hear is that school choice will destroy local public education in the state of New Hampshire or any place that it's introduced. I do not believe that. In fact, if you do believe that, right, then the burden should be on you to explain why. Now, I can hypothesize a potential scenario where perhaps that might begin. So you can imagine that I live in a district where my local public school is failing. And let's define failing, right? So since the means of figuring out the accountability of a school, we're looking at proficiency rates on the state assessment. And there are districts that year after year struggle to hit 25% of their students proficient. It's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. And it's not about teaching to the test, right? We're talking about English language arts, mathematics, basic science at grade 4 through 8 and as juniors in high school. So we're not talking about doctoral dissertations. So imagine we have this failing local public school. And all of a sudden, the people that live in that district have access to enough money that allows them another choice to a school that they believe will provide a better educational opportunity. I can imagine a lot of people wanting to avail themselves of that opportunity to get their children out of that failing school. And I wouldn't blame them a bit. What I would say is that none of this can shift quickly. The fact of the matter is, there's no seats. There's no available seats. There aren't enough open seats in private schools and other settings in this state for a mass exodus out of the public school system. Now, if we enable the program and all the available seats, what few there are, get filled, my gut tells me the market will respond and that private schools will try to increase their capacity to do what's in their best interest as a school. And then as those seats become available, you can imagine more children moving out of that district. But we're talking about processes that take several years. And I would hope that the local school district, when they see this trend, retool what they're doing to reattract their customers, their local students, to return back to the local school.
Follow-up, and we're gonna take one more question
is this-
after this follow-up.
Is what you've just described not at the very heart of competition as opposed to monopoly?
Thank you for the question. So that is one of the challenges with local public schools is they are a monopoly, right? And the only way out of the monopoly is to have enough money after you pay for the local school and your local property tax, to have enough money left over for another opportunity. And so, yes, when we look at schools that are failing year after year after year, less than 25% proficient in English language arts, mathematics, and science, I would agree that interjecting some competition for those students would be the way to entice those schools to improve the product and services they're offering their local customers. Thank you.
One more question, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be a little bit clunky, but on page 6, line 30, section 4, I think this is regarding the superintendent of the local district notifying students of their determination on eligibility no later than July.
So I'm sorry. So I'm on page 6. The lines, please.
4, line 30, please. It's subparagraph 4,
Yes.
talking about eligibility determination by July 14th. So my question to you would be a couple of things. With regard to the scholarship organization being responsible for the initial receipt of funds, correct? You described this as a pass-through from the scholarship organization, then to the state, and then local level, correct?
So if the question is the mechanism,
I'm not fully to the question. Hold on one second.
no, but the initial question is what's the flow of the money, right? And so
That's not my question. Just one second, please.
okay, so you don't have a question. Okay, continue.
The question that I do have is, in the event that a student enrolls later in the year after July 14th, how is eligibility then determined? Is that something that The district will communicate with the scholarship organization to determine if there are funds available. And then, in addition to that, how do you then notify folks after the July 14th deadline? Because oftentimes people move throughout the year.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So first of all, the way the money moves is the same as the state EFA, but instead of coming from the state treasury department, it comes from the local school district, right? And the timing of those payments is set up to go along with the timing of other payments. There is no there's no proration currently in this bill. So it is my understanding that basically you would start at the beginning of the year. If you come out of it early, then the money would go back to the local district.
Thank you, Representative Verville. Could you fill out a pink card for us, please?
Oh, yes, sorry, my apologies. Thank you.
Patty Long.
Okay, I'm totally confused now. So, I have, my copies of my testimony, which I also emailed, but I think it's better.
We're gonna do a 3-minute time limit.
Well, I said on 5 minutes, and what I have to say, he took a lot of time, so.
Yeah, we
actually-
always give preference to the prime sponsor to
Oh,
explain the
I know,
legislation.
but actually, one of the things that he pointed out was in my testimony, and he had clarified that, so maybe, I feel like what I have to say, it's gonna be 5 minutes, I'll try to make it shorter. So, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and the members of the Education Policy Administration Committee, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Patty Long, and I'm from Peterborough, and I'm a retired public school teacher. I'm also a parent of 2 daughters who attended Catholic school. And I am a parent of a son who went through the public school. I am here today in strong opposition to HB 748, establishing a local education freedom account program, which is referred as LEFA. We all know that New Hampshire schools are primarily funded by our property taxpayers. The proposed legislation will be double the current cost of the Education Freedom Account. Now, do I understand that correctly? I hope I do, because it seems like the numbers didn't add up. But I'm going to go on. The expense for the student who receives an LEFA grant would be in the amount of $8,531.28. This is double the current cost of an EFA. So they said that they were going to double. According to the bill, the way it was presented, everything was being doubled. So I was understanding that if you received reduced aid for meals, special education, and an English language learner would receive a total over $19,000, which is actually income tax-free to their family, which would be deposited into the class wallet account. However, the person that presented the bill said that that was incorrect. So thankfully that is, because otherwise, if you're a family of 4, it would have cost $77,000 to educate those 4 children. So I'm going to go on to my next point. In the bill, in the proposed legislation grant, they want it to be administered by the local school district and a scholarship organization. Right now, the EFA funds are currently administered by the Children's Scholarship Fund. This organization is located in New York City, and they presently receive 10% of the total value of every EFA. For the year 2024, the Children's Scholarship Organization received over $1.8 million just to administer the fund, which was paid using New Hampshire tax dollars. These administrators of costs include large salaries for one or more administrators, and these administrative costs do not deliver direct academic support and educational programs for our students. I want to talk to the bill where it talks about that they're accessing the program, there still would be the ability to use qualifying expenditures. LEFAs would be available to families who wish to educate their children outside of the state public school system and would allow to buy educational programs and services. Presently, the EFA funds are accessible to parents with their Class Wallet accounts, which are used for private school tuition, private music lessons, ski lift tickets, gymnastics classes, horseback riding, ballet classes, as well as the purchase of non-returnable items such as school uniforms, ski equipment, and even pianos. Why would taxpayers agree to having the Children's Scholarship Organization oversee these unchecked expenditures from their local school property tax?
Excuse me, we've hit the time limit. Can you just make your last point?
We all have I hope you read, so I'm gonna give my last point. The bottom line is this. If this legislation passes, then someday little Johnny, being a beneficiary of the local education freedom account expansion, will no longer be in public school. While little Susie, who once sat beside him, her education funding is now worth half of what Johnny's is. Is that what we, taxpayers and citizens, really want for the future of our children? I hope during your executive session, I ask you to consider the negative financial implications to the New Hampshire taxpayers and, more importantly, the adverse education opportunities it will impose on children in our public schools if this legislation is to pass. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lon, for being here and for your extensive testimony. Just taking a look at this, it appears to be the list of vendors that EFAs have been used for, and it came directly from the Children's Scholarship Fund website.
That is correct.
Okay, and there's a number of highlights and notes written in the margins, particularly every time that Amazon was used as a vendor, it's highlighted. Is there a reason for that? I believe it's the second largest vendor on here, if not the first. Why every expense is highlighted? Was there something to note from that?
Yes, because there was actually spent $1.4 million went through the Children's Scholarship Fund to purchase items that fell in a category. So I'm hoping that the Children's Scholarship Fund is looking carefully at what is being purchased, because you really can buy anything from Amazon. I'm hoping it's educational.
And if I may have a follow-up, Madam Chair, are you aware of the scholarship fund using an application called Class Wallet to verify these purchases from Amazon in particular? And that
Yes, I'm very aware of it. And actually, I've done extensive research on the qualifying expenditures. And I also went to the New Hampshire Department of Ed website to see if those expenditures were on the list from the Department of Ed. And many of them didn't even appear. And that's why many of them are highlighted.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today.
Ted Wells. We're going to do 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ted Wells, and I'm against HB 428. I'm against vouchers and local school vouchers. I'm the product of K through 12 public schools in New Hampshire. I'm a parent, a taxpayer, and a public school teacher. I have a unique perspective. I taught private school for 15 years in Massachusetts. I moved back home. I'm now teaching public school. It's been 8 years in the Hopkins School District where I grew up and went to school. Why am I not at school today? Our water main broke outside the Maple Street School, where I teach 6th grade. It's a 4-5-6 school. Got a text at 5:11 a.m. Was sleeping in the bottom bunk with my daughter who was having trouble sleeping last night, and I got the text and I thought, a day off, I can try to catch up on some things. But I also knew from a friend about this meeting, so I chose to be here. Today I don't teach, I advocate. And I'm sad that I have to do that. I'm sad that there are a lot of teachers, there are thousands of teachers who would probably want to be here to advocate for their schools. It feels like public schools in New Hampshire and in this country are under attack. Taking away our funding obviously hurts schools, the teachers, and the kids. So sorry I can't teach today, but I am glad I can be here. So how do vouchers hurt New Hampshire schools? Just a few quick ideas, but I think they undermine public schools by diverting funding. Are vouchers for anyone? No. Income eligibility limits, and this is sort of a point Representative Cornell was bringing up. I was going to say, if someone, there are lots of people in my district probably already going to Derryfield or St. Paul's or Concord Christian. Some of them are millionaires. Why should they get $8,000 or whatever that number is at the expense of friends of mine who are really struggling to make ends meet? Taking more property taxes out is going to make things a lot harder for those with fixed incomes. It's going to make it harder for teachers. It really feels like a bad idea to continue to hurt public schools and to divert funding. I feel as a private school teacher, I know special education students with IEPs that were moved into my private school. We were not meeting their needs. We didn't have the personnel. I feel like and I don't know the details of a lot of this, but I do know some of the things about students with IEPs moving into special ed might not happen. And the accountability piece, I feel like is also missing. Transparency. Every penny of what goes into public schools seems to be accounted for, but the Pat's Pete ski passes, horse riding lessons, Costco, Amazon. I'm very curious how that is tracked, and I doubt that it's tracked with detail.
You've hit your time limit.
Yeah, I'll wrap up. It's a hard time for schools. The state funding in New Hampshire is very low. The $200,000 my school lost this year because of special education funding being trimmed back is really hard. So I'm just curious, as a taxpayer, as a parent, and as a public school teacher, how can we do better? How can we do better to support public education? At the time, it feels like we're not trying to do better. It feels like things are going in the wrong direction.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions? Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In my experience, parents and teachers alike often provide paper, crayons, markers, snacks, etc. to classrooms. Is that still the practice often?
Yeah, I probably spend $200 or $300 a year on school supplies. We ask parents, can you please donate tissues?
Yes.
We sent an email last week. We need more tissues. Food. I often have the top left drawer on my desk is snacks. I'll give those.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Can't read this. Peggy Van Valkenburg? Okay.
I've never done this. This is kind of exciting to me.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am here basically because I'm fairly shocked that this bill, HB 748, is before you. I did neglect, I'd like to start off by just introducing myself. I'm Peggy Van Valkenburg. I have been a proud educator for over 35 years. I'm also very proud I'm retired now for 7 years, and that is a joy to me. I'm from Peterborough, New Hampshire. The majority of my years of teaching actually were in the Conval Middle School District, and I taught as a science educator there. So I am in shock about the fact that this bill is before you. This EFA program feels very unethical to me. It is taking my tax dollars that were raised for our public schools, and then we're passing them to families that are opting to homeschool or tuition at a private, even perhaps a religious school that may or may not practice discriminatory practices. I do not want nor will I subsidize schools that discriminate against the majority of New Hampshire children. The majority of New Hampshire children are educated in our public schools. This voucher will do exactly that, this EFA program. So yes, I was a proud educator in the New Hampshire school system. I was, believe me, there was any money that we needed to expend in New Hampshire was always incredibly tight. Yeah, if I determined that we needed to purchase a new set of microscopes for my classroom, I could do that. But I had to do inordinate amount of work making sure that the lesson that I was going to prepare for the students was aligned to standards, Common Core standards, goals for that age level and that child, the group. This was a huge part of my job, and part of my job I took very seriously, is to identify exactly which lessons are going to align with those standards, and if purchases needed to be made, that's when you could fill out the request. But more importantly, once that expenditure was made, I had to make sure that learning had occurred. So our students in the New Hampshire public schools are, their progress is measured in great specificity. I was always held accountable for that learning. How did they do on the last assessment? Did that assessment tell us that in fact that the students had learned? This voucher program, or EFA or LEFA, has not been tasked. They have not tasked any of the parents to do any of the above. Parents are expending my tax dollars on ski passes, pianos, gymnastics classes, sports clinics, religious curriculums, and they have not been asked to justify those expenditures. I want to know, has learning occurred? Do you have proof for that?
Your time is up.
I know. Here's the last point I'm going to make. This is the clinker. The vouchers, the EFAs, are going to be twice as large as the adequate educational amount. This, again, is a discriminatory measure against the New Hampshire public school student. Again, thanks for listening to me and my thoughts. If you have a question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you
If
for
I
the
can.
questions. Seeing none, thank you. Janet Ward.
Good morning. My name is Janet Ward. I live in Kentucky, New Hampshire. And given the testimony of the prime sponsor, Representative Verville, I want to state that I served as an aide to a handicapped student in my school district. He was one of the first to be mainstreamed. And I also want to respond to something that was said in terms of calling the public schools businesses in competition with one another. Local schools are not monopolies. They're not businesses. They are human institutions, sometimes imperfect. And if local schools are not providing all that is necessary and appropriate, then all of you here should be focusing on working to improve those schools rather than to establish school vouchers. So having said that, I'll get to the testimony I prepared for today. I believe it is critically important to begin our discussion of House Bill 748 at the beginning. It was Thomas Jefferson who initially offered the idea of public schools paid for by local taxes to the Virginia legislature. Why? Why did he do this? Because Jefferson and other founding fathers realized that in a democratic republic, it was essential that citizens be able to read about, understand, and discuss common concerns, and to frame and support wise legislation regarding their shared concerns. The founders were always most concerned with what they called factions. Factions were defined by James Madison in the Federalist Papers, number 10. I quote, "By a faction, I understand a number of citizens who are united and actuated by some common impulse of passion or interest, adverse to the rights of other citizens or to the permanent and aggregate interests of the community." End of quotation. Those who support House Bill 748 are such a faction. Why? Because House Bill 748 would force New Hampshire taxpayers to provide tax dollars to parents or guardians who wish to use those dollars in private, religious, or homeschooling situations, and this is the key, over which the taxpayers have little oversight. House Bill 748 would force taxpayers to pay for a private good, not a public good. All school vouchers represent taxation without representation. House Bill 748 is yet another unconstitutional demand on New Hampshire taxpayers, and I respectfully request that you do not support this legislation. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
The prime sponsor started out by saying that a private education is a public education. Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
No. And if I may, I went to public schools, and then because I had an older cousin whom I adored, who was going to a high school, a religious high school, and she wore a uniform, I begged my parents to please send me where Cora went. So they couldn't afford it, but my grandmother, seeing how desperate I was, said, of course, I'll help. And so I did go to that high school, got a good education, but it was a good deal of it was religious. And I must be very clear, I support and admire religious beliefs. And thankfully, we live in a nation where everyone is free to have the religious beliefs they wish to have. But Randall Balmer, a professor of religion at Dartmouth College, has written a book called Solemn Reverence, The Separation of Church and State in American Life. And this public dollars being given to parents or guardians and then being spent on religious schools is unconstitutional. So I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. And this sort of goes along. I'm curious to know whether or not you share any concerns around the scholarship organization itself on line 1 on page 6. is noted to be able to accept gifts and grants from any source to cover administrative costs, to inform the public about EFA programs, or to fund additional EFAs. So my question to you is, given that your recent conversation of separation of church and state and any other sort of grant givers, do you share any concerns that there could, it doesn't say how much information or how much money could be spent on administration costs versus public EFA sort of public information campaigns versus the actual education of students. So do you share any concerns around
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do. And I had a private conversation with Commissioner Edelblut in 2019. And after an hour of conversation, Frank and I had, discussed many things. And he stood up to signal the end of the conversation. And he said, Janet, you and I agree on a lot of things. But one thing you and I do not agree on is I believe public money should pay for private education, and you don't. And that's absolutely clear. I don't understand why I, a taxpayer, should be required to pay for private educational situations over which I have virtually no control. This, to me, as Randall Balmer made clear in his book, and it is made very clear in a book called The Privateers, this is unconstitutional.
And any other questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ward, for coming in front of us. So I have a question about you stating as a taxpayer, you shouldn't have to pay for it. Are parents not also taxpayers, parents who utilize the EFA program?
Of course they are. Yes. And I repeat, I respect the right of parents to have the religious beliefs they do, to, educate their children in the way they think is best. But in public schools, I can attend, and I do, the school board meetings. And I can call the school and ask the principal or even visit the superintendent, which I have done, so that I can walk into a classroom with permission and without disturbing the teacher of the class and see what is happening, see what is being taught. I can read the textbooks. I know what I'm paying for. But the school voucher money, I do not know what I'm paying for.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm confused about your term voucher because do you not know that the voucher program was repealed in 1988?
Clarify what you're telling me, please.
There is no voucher program specifically that uses the word voucher. It is
So are
only
you
called
telling me
EFA.
that because they call it an education freedom account, it's not a voucher?
I guess I would ask you what your definition of a voucher is.
Money given to a parent or a guardian for educational purposes.
Follow-up.
Okay, I guess we differ in our definition of a voucher because I would consider it much more specific to a service or something that it would provide rather than educational. Is that not your understanding?
I have no idea what you're describing to me. I'm working hard to understand. Could you clarify it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, I'm defining a voucher as a specific item to give to someone for a specific item to purchase or use. And I don't consider for an educational program a specific thing. There are lots of specificities involved in that, but it's not a specific voucher for a specific thing. You're giving money in an educational freedom account to an account for the people who are getting that money to spend as they wish within the guidelines that they're given. So I'm just asking, do you think that you're giving us a voucher for a specific thing when you say it's a voucher program?
Well, certainly it's for educational purposes. Is that, are we both agreed on that?
Yes, but it does not.
An EFA and a voucher are both, as I understand it and as you understand it, money given from public taxes to parents or guardians for educational purposes. Is that correct?
I would say that that was my definition of an education freedom account, and I don't want to get into it, but
Yeah,
give and
we-
take for you.
right.
And we can, I would love to discuss this with you
I
later.
would very much like to talk to you, Representative Dry. And I also strongly recommend the book, The Privateers. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, well, are you willing to take another question?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking my question. Your closing statement was about taxation without representation, and that point is well taken. My question to you is the opposite also true if there is a parent with their student in a private district, if they're still paying taxes to the public district? You also mentioned that you were able to go into the school to see what is taught in the classroom. I imagine a parent who pays taxes in that district but doesn't have students in that district probably wouldn't be giving the same ability, and probably for good reason. So wouldn't that also be taxation without representation into that school district?
I would be very surprised if a parent from any district wanted to visit a school in a different district and made a respectful request that they would be denied. Also, a few years back, I had an experience at a state board of education meeting where a parent was very, very upset that their school district did not offer swimming, a swimming program for their son. And this parent said that their son had a special talent, et cetera, et cetera. And she felt that she should be allowed to have money to go into a private situation. And the recommendation was made that perhaps the child could be taken to, with permission, to another school that had a swimming program. So what I'm suggesting is, are the public schools perfect? No. No human institution is perfect. Are New Hampshire schools pretty darn good? Yes. Yes, I think they are. And I think there are lots of opportunities for a body like this to identify areas in specific schools or maybe generally where improvements could be made. And the amount of time that this body has been spending on the voucher program or the EFA program, taking their attention away from improving public schools, makes me very sad.
Thank you.
Representative Murray, this will be our last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you not say that there is representation at the local public school level for any taxpayer who wants to walk into a public school board meeting during the public hearing and public comment opportunity to present questions to the duly elected board that is there before them?
It happens all the time. I was just there, and there were lots of, how shall I put this? There was a lot of variety in the comments made. and there was a wonderful, respectful atmosphere. And although not everyone in the room agreed with everything, there was a sense that we were all being respectfully heard. And that's what I'm feeling right now here, and that's a very good feeling.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Sally Kelly.
Thank you very much. I put down 2 minutes. I may take the 3, so set the alarm.
I'll set it.
My name is Sally Kelly. I am from Chichester, New Hampshire. I served in our legislature for 6 years representing Chichester and Pembroke. I had not planned on testifying today. I came at the total last minute when a friend called me. But I'm sitting here, and I'm sitting here as a taxpayer and a citizen of our great state and my great town, and also Pittsfield, which is part of our district. I currently serve as our school moderator. What that means is this Saturday at our town meeting, I will be our town school district meeting, I will be facilitating that meeting. And in that role, I have attended many school board meetings this fall and listening to the budget and trying to figure out where the cuts come from and how many teachers we have to cut, what programs we need to combine, what extracurricular do we need to get rid of. And I'm sitting here listening to this, in a state where we all know we rank number 50 in the United States for in terms of how much our state funds our public education. And now we're adding more costs onto the town. I understand it's enabling, but why are we even talking about it? We need to be talking about how to better fund our public schools, not take additional money away. Thank you, and I think I made it under the 3.
Way under.
Good.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
David Trumbull.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and committee members. My name is excuse me. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. I oppose this bill for 2 reasons. First, I think that it is unconstitutional. I'll go back to the prime sponsor's first words. He said, each local community has an obligation to educate all children. That's not correct. In New Hampshire, it is the state's obligation to provide education for all the children. First of all, in the Claremont 1 case, they said, we hold Article 83 imposes a duty on the state to provide a constitutionally adequate education to every child. And they cited all the way back to Governor Wentworth in 1771, who stated that it was the duty to educate remained with the state. They cited the House and the Senate in 1795 for the same point. It's the state's job. This bill is based on a completely false premise that it's the local town's job to educate children. It is the state's job, and that's under our Constitution and our Supreme Court. The second thing that the prime sponsor said is that public education can take place in a lot of different locations. That also goes against New Hampshire Constitution. Article 83, in its own language, specifically says public schools. In the Claremont case, it said that duty to educate every educable child in the public schools. It's the constitutional duty of the state to fund the public schools. This is kind of fan fiction version of New Hampshire history, this bill. It's not the town's job to educate, and it's not our job as a state to educate in the private schools. That's an optional idea. It is not required. The other reason I object to this bill is I think it would hurt the local schools. And the question was, well, how will it hurt them? Where's going to be the loss of money if it's only $8,500 per student? There's a few ways it'll drain funds from the local schools. First is the 50% that is paid for by the state. That's the first $4,200. The bill assumes in the financial statement that the money will be reimbursed by the state. That is based on the myth that the town will save funds from students who switch from public schools to private schools. As of November of 2024, according to the Department of Education, there's only 493 switchers from public to private schools under the EFA program. With 500 public schools in New Hampshire, that's less than 1 switcher per school. How can a public school save any money if they're only having 1 child switch? You're not going to fire any teachers, any paras. None of your expenses go down. The second way you're going to lose money at the town is you have to match that $4,200 with your own 50%. That will be a complete loss coming out of the local district's money. The bill essentially uses the money in the public schools as an ATM machine to finance the non-public schools. Third, families who are planning to send their child to a private school anyway can still get $10,000 per $8,000 to $10,000, depending on how the bill actually is interpreted. That money will be lost to the town. I'd like to just finish up briefly, if I may. The town is also liable, even if they rescind this, to pay for that child all the way through till they graduate. So that child will cost them $8,000 to $10,000 in year 1. By 12 years, it's $100,000 per child. If you have 10 children doing it in a town, that's $1 million that town loses. The last thing is that the town will have to defend endless lawsuits over whether funds are available. The bill does not give the superintendent the power to determine the potential long-term costs as part of whether or not there's any money available now. So in other words, if the town says, oh, we have $10,000, we'll do 1 EFA. If they then rescind it, they're still on the hook for 10 more years. That's a $100,000 expense. The bill it's got 8 pages. It doesn't even address the question of what superintendents can use in making that determination. Long-term expenses will be hurt. That means fired teachers, less paras, less reading specialists. It's going to hurt your local schools. That's how it's going to hurt your local school. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. One of the questions that I am curious about is whether or not you see there being any potential confusion for, you talked about funding being available or not in the event that the scholarship organization claws back funding after giving it. Then who's on the hook for that? Is that the state or is that the local district if the money was there and then is maybe taken back and said, oh, this is not a qualified expense, and they claw the money back?
That's another good question. I don't know how it would work in that regard. I agree with that, and my initial concern is just how does the superintendent set a number on July 14th? Do they say, well, we have $10,000 extra dollars? How many schools have $10,000 extra dollars? But if they say we have 10,000, we'll do one EFA. But if then the school, the town, the next year votes, they say, oh, we're losing money here. They've shut it off. They're still on the hook for every child they put up in year 1 for 10 more years. So can the superintendent look at that long-term expense and say, I'm not going to say yes to one this year because I'm really saying yes to one for 10 years. And therefore the superintendent says no. The bill doesn't clarify. There's going to be lawsuits in every single town as to how this is determined. That's an expense the towns will have to pay because of a bill that doesn't explain it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Lavati?
H.
Oh.
H-U.
Last name is Jeff Bissett.
Okay, good.
Hi, I'm a resident of Merrimack and just a person that works for a living and took some vacation time to speak on something important to me. So I support school choice, the existing EFA laws, and the other proposed legislation to expand them. I actually believe the best approach is local EFAs because it's a natural place to fund education, and this bill could replace all the others. The problem with the current situation is that it's not full replacement cost. So the parents have to come up with, when they're already taxed, they have to come up with some of the money to make the choice to go to a private school. And the secondary problem is that the state needs to raise revenue to fund these EFAs. The solution is local EFAs because the funding is already available. The cities and the towns are already collecting the property taxes for the schools. And if I use the numbers from the town of Merrimack, we have a school budget of 93 million, under 3,600 students, and the round numbers are that's over 25,000 per student. So we have plenty of money to fund our schools. Now I look at just a few. This is absolutely not an endorsement of these schools, just 3 that I found from the state website list. Derryfield in Manchester is grade 6 to 12. That's about 26,000. That would be break even with the cost of the public school. You have Trinity High School in Manchester under 15,000. You have Bedford Academy, a K through 5, under 14,000. So we have the problem that town budgets and Merrimack's town budget, the schools, the public schools, are 2/3 of the town budget. We have an opportunity to significantly reduce property taxes. The towns decrease payments to school districts. I'm actually talking more to the ideal here than to the specifics of this bill, because I think the specifics of the bill are still with its hands tied behind its back of what it could be. Essentially, you've got $26,000. You could hand everyone a flat fee of $20,000 and not check who paid on Amazon for what, or whether it was Pat's Peak or not, and the taxpayers are winning. If those parents are happy that their child's getting educated and they got $20,000 and no one ever looked at that, that would be fine. It could include homeschooling. The state infrastructure for the EFAs can stay to manage all of this. And just the closing points. Are your property taxes too high? Do you support school choice? Solve both problems at once. Support local EFAs.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Mary Wilkie?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mary Wilkie. I'm a retired public school teacher and I live in Concord. I have many reasons to dislike vouchers altogether, the whole idea of vouchers, but I'm not going to talk about those today because I've talked about them many other times. But I would like to address flaws in this specific proposed legislation. First of all, I know it's an opt-in program, but if you look at the required language in the warrant article, it wouldn't help the average person understand what's going on here. It says, you have to say, shall we adopt the provisions of this bill to allow establishment of a local education freedom account program in our district? Well, it doesn't say anything about who's paying for it. It doesn't say that your taxes might go up. I think it needs to be a lot more clear than that. I believe it would be misleading. And meanwhile, we can foresee that well-heeled pro-voucher out-of-state lobbyists will be there sending their cards, putting their flyers in people's mailboxes, etc. And people may vote for this, not realizing how it will affect them. Oversight of the scholarship organization in this bill is even less credible than in the current EFA program. At least under the current program, there's a legislative oversight committee that meets and can ask the commissioner and the head of the scholarship organization to come and answer questions. Not in this one. Nobody that I can see has any oversight. And in fact, in the fiscal note, it says that the department has not identified any state administrative costs relative to this program. So I'm assuming they're not planning to spend much time overseeing this either. Meanwhile, the scholarship organization is given total immunity from liability in handling these funds, which means they're not required to use even reasonable care, which is the legal standard. We're not going to ask them to use reasonable care as they handle millions of dollars potentially of taxpayer funds. As others have mentioned, there's no transparency. The school district property taxpayers will know nothing about what's going on in the schools and the programs with these funded here. There are no prohibitions on self-dealing. Parents could pay their relatives to tutor their kids. No cap on what the hourly rate might be. Employees of the scholarship organization could set up their own little learning centers and maybe funnel people in that direction. There's no prohibitions on those. The language on special ed services is very insufficient. Other people have mentioned that. I mean, as far as I could tell, it says that the scholarship organization has to tell EFA parents that their students can receive special ed services in their district, but it doesn't ever say that students can receive special ed services in their district. I mean, it should be spelled out clearly. People recognized a lot of confusion around that. And one more thing, the scholarship organization gets up to 10%, as they do in the current program. The current program has an average EFA that's half the EFA of this new proposed program, meaning they're going to get twice as much money if they get 10%, twice as much money for doing the same work. And that seems unreasonable to me as a taxpayer. I have prepared for you a line by line because there are so many flaws and inconsistencies and gaps in this bill. It's 4 pages of line by line going through the bill, and I'm sorry that you're executing on it today when the online portal won't even be closed yet. But, and you probably don't have time to look at my line by line, but I'm submitting it for the record and would like you to know that more than 2,600 people have already signed in opposed, 24 for, and the number would continue to rise, except it won't make any sense once you've already exected at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Representative Hall, Representative Litchfield, and I have a subcommittee meeting at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Room 203 on the cell phone bills. Thanks.
Caitlin Bernier? Sorry about that.
No, no worries.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Education Policy Committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. I live in Merrimack and am here today in opposition of HB 748. I am here as a parent of 2 students that are in our public education and also as a member of our school district budget committee. So I have spent a lot of time looking at a lot of numbers, and I can tell you that it would have a big impact on us. So first, as I was listening to the prime sponsor, I kind of wrote down a couple other things. I wanted to address where he had spoken about how it wasn't double dipping, but it would be double dipping in that you're requesting the services, special ed services, still be provided in the school or provided for the student, which is a cost to the school district. We already aren't getting the amount of money back from the state for special education that we are supposed to get. We got 67%. And that is going to take more money away from us. Now you want to add local EFA cost on top of that. The statewide EFA still exists, and we're taking funds from the Education Trust Fund that could be used to meet the state's special education reimbursement obligations, and instead they're being used for the EFAs. So we're already not getting the money that we're supposed to get for special education, and now we're going to be asking for more money to be taken out of that budget for local EFA, which could include special education, which we are going to still have to have that person in place at the school, even if you don't have the student in the school all the time. My local public school would love to have a great theater program or a gifted and talented courses, but we can't fund it at all. Can't even get the budgets to pass. We're stuck with default budget, which means that you remove all those extra things that you would like to have. A swimming pool would be great, a swim team, all those things would be awesome. We can't fund it. Public education means that you have to provide education for everybody, and that costs a lot of money. Local EFAs would have a negative lasting impact on a community, even if they repealed the local EFAs. If you look at page 8, starting on line 36, it says there that you would still have to pay, well, I think it's 37, it starts talking about it, but that you would still have to pay for the student to be there until they are graduate or 20 years of age. So if in Merrimack right now we have 36 homeschool students, that would be a minimum of a cost that our operating budget would have to, so this would subtract from our budget a minimum of 288,000 and up to 468,000 just for the students that are currently homeschooled would have to be removed from our operating budget, which is already really struggling. I know I got to wrap up. Sorry. I just want to get to one more point where it talked about on page 4, line 13, that the states that the EFA organization would get to keep 10% annually for who knows what. School districts can only keep 5%, and we have to have public hearings that tell you exactly what we're using our money for. So that is sneaky suspect, and I am not a fan. Wrapping it up. In Merrimack, our town has been working really hard to improve our students' reading and math proficiency, and that costs money. Money this bill would take away from our public schools. This builds a divide instead of making the focus on giving our children the best education that they could have. Our school district and community currently cannot take on the increased costs that this bill would place on us. I realize this bill would be a choice local communities have, but it feels very sneaky and has a lasting negative financial impact on them when the community realize it's been duped. I am in strong opposition of this bill and the negative financial impacts it would cause our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative McDonald? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You mentioned you're a member of the Budget Committee. If this is a enabling bill based on a citizen's warrant petition, would it go in front of the Budget Committee for a recommendation, and would your recommendation be on the ballot?
So if this was a warrant article, it would be at our deliberative session, and they would have to have, it says on there, 20 signatures, which is 5 less than you have to have anything else on our, do a warrant article. And the warrant article would go to the deliberative session, and there, somebody could speak to it, hopefully amend it, and then they would be able to put it on the ballot, and then people would be able to vote from there. But the fact that you would be putting it on, you're not saying in here, they're going to keep 10% and it's going to cost your community almost $500,000 out of your operating budget just for the students that are on it now. So, I mean, yes, it would be there. You could put it on and say that this is just local EFAs, but I would be remiss if I didn't inform my community what this would really mean, because it wouldn't just be helping local students get what they need. It would be negatively impacting their taxes and increasing their tax burden that they have, because we still have to publicly educate everybody. So you can still have your money for this, and then it still costs the amount of money that it costs to have the buildings. If you had 36 students is not a lot of students. You can't close down a building because 36 students aren't there. So you still have to make up the cost of the other, I don't remember how many students are in our buildings, but lots of students that are going to have to be there. So it's a cost to us.
If I may, just for clarification, I appreciate your comments. If I understand you correctly, so the Budget Committee's recommendation would or would not appear under the warrant article?
It would not unless it was brought to us and it was something that was given to us before the school board had their meeting, and they present to us the warrant articles from there. So it goes school board meeting and then our meeting, and then if it has a financial impact, we would speak about it and vote on it, and then our vote would be on the ballot for you to see. So it would say the committee members, 13 of us voted 0 or yes and 0 for the other, or 10, 11, 1, whatever the numbers are.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to clarify. You testified to the fact that you said that the school, at the local public school level, administrative fees, you can only administer or keep 5% of an administrative fee. Did I hear you correctly?
So we can keep, the school district can keep a 5% of like, if you are, well, over, so say you had a surplus of money, you can keep a percent of that surplus after the budget. So you give all the things to all the people, and then if at the end you're like, we have this extra money, you can keep 5% of it for your town, and then you have to have a public hearing about what you're going to use it on. And in our town, we used it on wit and wisdom recently, which is really awesome, helping our students with their comprehension. And it costs a lot of money, but that was what they had to speak about when they're going to have that money.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to this bill. However, I'm going to offer some, hopefully, clarification or maybe more confusion regarding some of the concerns that we have and the problematic language in this bill in regards to special ed. As many of you know from my previous testimony, previously I served as a special education director here in the state for a number of years. So some clarification in terms of some of the questions that have been brought up or asked. There are currently already options now for families or students who are unhappy with the special education services that they are getting at their local district. Students or families could take or apply for the current EFA program where parents do have to sign off and give up their IDEA rights. They can send their student to a public charter school. A parent can place their child there. There is unilateral parental placement, so outside of both of those options, where parents can place their children somewhere and then retroactively try to negotiate some sort of appropriate agreement with the school district regarding that or go to dispute resolution. This bill is a little confusing because it seems like the school district is going to retain the cost of the provision of the special ed program full-time for all the students that are attending there. One or two students, as I think we've already heard, is not going to save the district any cost. There's no cost savings with that. In addition, these additional services of providing services for students who leave to take this EFA potentially and are coming back to the school district, it's a little similar to what we currently see with our charter school provision of services, where the resident district is retaining the obligation to provide those services. And I think this committee has heard numbers of times that that system is definitely does not save districts any money. If anything, it adds costs because you are pulling out sort of the opportunity for students to get those services within the context of their school day currently. So I don't know why the district would agree to, or the voters will agree to this. Then students are going to potentially leave, but come back to the district for services that the parent has taken the funds away to provide. That doesn't make too much sense to me in the regards to how this bill is currently written, and I think we've already seen those challenges. This bill is also written it seems to be based on a belief that there is a big separation between special education program services and regular education services. Special education and IDEA, as you all know, is built on the premise that students require special education in order to access their regular education program. So if they're not getting their regular education program in the school district, I'm not sure how the services are benefiting the child to access the general ed program, especially when the district has no oversight potentially of the general ed program because the students won't be there for that. Sorry, I'll wrap it up. Modifications, accommodations in a student's IEP. This bill seems to state that the district is required to still provide all the IEP team meetings, services, decision-making, etc. Most of the things, a lot of the things in a student's IEP are on the backs of the general ed teachers, the accommodations, modifications, etc. Who's providing those? That would be in the child's IEP, and the district would be responsible for making sure those things are done. But if the district is not in charge of the child's general ed program, I'm not sure how you manage that. There are also some challenges on the first page with the definitions. They don't match current definitions for special education. 50% of the time is considered a full-time student. What if the parent enrolls a child in another public school? Who is responsible for special ed in that situation? And I know the sponsor of the bill said it doesn't include the differentiated aid, but on page 6, line 22, it does say that it includes differentiated aid. So is it twice the differentiated aid? Anyway, I'm happy to take any questions. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. When we talk about costs, we're not just talking about monetary costs either. When we talk about taking a child out of their learning day and transporting them potentially back to a homeschool or a sending school, if you will, to receive services, and then transporting them back to their other school, that's a cost to the learner as well. So I'm wondering how we quantify that, or do you share any concerns around the academic day loss for the student?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think this committee has heard recently on a number of bills a concern that students are being pulled out of the general ed setting or being placed in some sort of separate setting to get their special education services, and the very real impact of a lack of belonging that those students feel, and that their families are searching for higher levels of inclusion, not less. Certainly, if students are required to come back to the district to get services, this bill is not written in a way that helps me understand how an IEP team would mitigate that situation. I think we've seen with charter schools busing students back and forth for services. Not only is it costly financially from a fiscal standpoint, but the day is very much interrupted. I don't know how you would bring a student back and forth for really highly inclusive services if the whole point of that is that they are included. So you would have to segregate those services to some extent. Certainly that would be a concern. And in terms of, having access to the least restrictive environment with your peers, I'm not sure how that gets vetted out in the context of this bill.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then with regard to it being the parent's fiscal responsibility to transport the child, whether it's a special modality of a bus or something like that, my question then is, do you share any concern that they might not even pursue the services if that is an undue burden to them that they cannot figure out?
Thank you for the question, Representative. To answer your question, that's always a concern. However, the way this bill is written, I believe if specialized transportation is in the child's IEP to access their services, the district would have to provide it. So even though the sponsor of this bill says it doesn't include transportation, I think the district would be on the hook to provide it. Same with paraprofessional support. I'm not sure if a paraprofessional was in a child's IEP because they need that to access their educational environment. Even if the parent enrolls the child in a private school, for example, if the paraprofessional is in the student's IEP, I think the district at some level, there would need to be some sort of mitigation of how you're going to handle that situation. Who's overseeing the paraprofessional? Is it the private school? Are they hiring them and reimbursing? The district is reimbursing. There's a lot of questions and concerns about that. And I think, again, we've heard that there are private schools for students who are in the current EFA program where students and families have given up their IDEA rights, but who choose not to take students based on the intensity of their needs. Would this bill, the way that it's written, sort of give private schools the idea that a student could sort of be enrolled in a private school and sort of shut off their needs, so to speak, during the school day, but then have to be going back to get services? That's not typically how disabilities work, to be perfectly honest. And I think I would have some concerns about the perception that you can separate out a child's needs for certain hours of the school day. That if you're really doing a good job finding students eligible for special ed, it's because they need it throughout their school day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I've been very impressed with so far with your dialogue regarding some of the issues that have generated from your research. What concerns me is, believe it or not, we're supposedly supposed to exec this bill this afternoon.
So I hear.
Which is almost clearly unconscionable. That being said, if I may, are there any other modifications that you have there that we need to hear now, because we're now going to be trying to make a decision on this. I'd appreciate that input.
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. I mean, again, I think you could go line by line in this bill. It's very lengthy. It doesn't necessarily, I haven't done a side-by-side with the current EFA program to see where there are substantial differences, but there are substantial differences. It doesn't necessarily line up with our charter school rules or statutes in terms of how things are provided. There are problems with both already. I think it would take some time to kind of go through this and figure out really what are the impacts. The other couple of things that are just very obvious, the current EFA program says that if ever that program is discontinued, that students who are in it now will be eligible until they graduate high school or until they age out of special education, which for some students is at age 22. I don't know what happens in this bill with that. This says that you're only eligible up to age 20, but special ed students could be eligible till age 22, so this doesn't really line up with that. Is it just when they get a regular education diploma? That's concerning to me. I don't know how an IEP team is going to do their work with fidelity, given the fact that the parent, to no conflict with the parent, but the parent is going to make what decisions they think are best for their child's education experience. The district has no oversight of that. So it's very confusing about how that's going to work. Who's responsible for making sure the child's making progress on their IEP goals if their IEP goals are tied to the curriculum and you don't have any oversight of the curriculum? And again, I understand that the intention is to try to provide families with additional funding to go do these things, but it's going to cost the district more money. The district is going to have to run that program plus charter schools plus this other program. And while I certainly respect the voters' will as a school board association, unless you have some really in-depth knowledge or you are a parent of a student with a disability, I'm not sure that you really understand exactly what you are offering with this program and sort of the unintentional costs that could come along with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deborah House?
Good morning, Chairman Nova and members of the House Education Policy Committee. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I am here on behalf of our 3,500 members across the state to oppose HB 748. Every student in the Grand State has a constitutional right to a robust public education. That means an education with well-trained teachers and paraeducators who can give them support in the classroom and make sure that they are learning and having their academic needs met. And this bill, if passed, would make that so much harder because the state is not meeting its obligation to make sure that every district is funded so that they can provide this opportunity for a robust public education. Many of our districts are already struggling with their budgets and placing a huge burden on local property taxpayers to the point where they have already cut back on services. They have high student to teacher ratios, not a lot of support staff already. If you pass this, you're going to have situations where you're setting up in a district an expectation that you will have local school vouchers, and that money has to come from somewhere. And that's the problem. You will have a cost of between $8,364 and $13,668 per student that has to come out of the local budget. I understand some of it comes back from the state. Eventually, somehow, it's a little bit unclear on whether it's, paid forward or has to be paid out front by the local and gets reimbursed from the state. But that money has to be available. It has to be in the budget. And local taxpayers might not know that when they're voting on this because the warrant article doesn't make the consequences clear. It just says, oh, we're going to help kids so that, parents can make the choice that they think is best for their student. Great. That would be nice. But most parents want their students in a well-funded, robust public education in their local public school. We know that. So the consequence is you're going to be forcing local districts to either raise local property taxes or make deep cuts in their public schools. Because we know most of the students using vouchers on the state level already are students who are not in the public schools. You're not going to have many students leaving public schools to take a voucher. This bill says that the students eligible will be charter school students. I understand they're public schools, but they're not traditional public schools. You're not budgeting for them in your school budget. There'll be homeschoolers. Private school is excluded if they're already enrolled in private school. I went through and I looked on the state website for some of the places where you have homeschoolers who are the responsibility of local districts. In the Messinic Regional School District, there's 223 resident homeschoolers. If this passes, their budget will have to include $1.8 million to cover the potential cost of local vouchers at just twice the base per pupil aid. Over $3 million if they get all the differential aid. Nashua School District, 161 resident homeschoolers, 1.3. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread. The Messinic is 1.8 million. Nashua School District is 1.3 million, or 2.2 million if they get all the differential aid. Dairy Cooperative School District, 518,000, and then 847,000 at the top end if it has all the differential. You have to have this built into your school district budget, so you're ready to fund those vouchers. And when or if the state reimburses you for that base pupil aid and how much you're going to get, are you sure you're going to get it? Again, is a little bit unclear. So you have to be ready to have that all to go. Wrapping up. Okay, so wrapping up. We know that most Granite State families want their kids in a well-resourced, robust public education, public school, in their local neighborhood school, a school where they can go to the school board and have their voice heard and have a say in how it's run. 78% of New Hampshire voters in a poll in January, Robert Research, said they want to see tax money used to strengthen public schools, not on vouchers. We urge you to find HB 748 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have this to hand around.
Okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On page 4, starting on line 18, where it's like sub 5A,
Yep.
It says the scholarship organization shall not adopt a system that relies, this is enumerating authority and responsibilities of scholarship organizations. It says the scholarship organization shall not adopt a system that relies exclusively on requiring parents to be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses, but rather shall provide maximum flexibility to parents by facilitating, quote, direct payments to education service providers. My question to you is whether or not there could be confusion in the EFA wallet disbursement and then also funds provided direct to provider services that you might end up potentially overpaying the account because you have a certain amount in the My Class wallet and then the way I'm reading this, sending direct payments to providers.
That does sound unclear. It sounds like perhaps you could end up with double payments. And that would definitely be something that you will want to make sure there was strict oversight, because this is, after all, taxpayer money. And again, you're going to have to go back to your local property taxpayers and ask for more money, because, those, let me find my numbers again, those 223 resident homeschooled students in the Messinic Regional School District, you hadn't budgeted anything for, and now you're going to have a line item in your school budget to fund the potential of having a local voucher for each of them. So you're either going to have to raise taxes or find the place to cut that out of your budget. That's a lot of classroom teachers or paras, or you don't have that much in materials that you can get rid of.
Representative Dry.
And your kids in your school are going to have to do with less.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Why are you putting in a line for every homeschooler, assuming that they would be students of LEFAs?
That is the prudent way to budget. When you do your household bills and you write 10 checks, do you assume 7 of them won't be cashed? You'd have your account, in the red.
Follow up?
Thank you. Do you do that for homeschoolers now? Do you budget for all homeschoolers coming back to school now, regardless of whether they have EFAs or not?
You're creating a program that says, sign up for an account to help pay your expenses. Doesn't it make prudent sense to plan for a large number of people to take advantage of that? Wouldn't you be irresponsible not to? Short-sightedness is why our schools are so underfunded by the state.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Heather? Is it Barker? Yeah. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Heather Barker, and I work with NHSAA here in Concord. I am the Student Service Director there, and like Ms. Wilson, I was a district special ed director in Merrimack, actually. I actually am not going to repeat any of the things that other folks said here this morning. I do believe in school choice. I've said that before here. It is not prudent, though, for local communities to bear the brunt of paying for the public education in New Hampshire and the special education of New Hampshire. And in addition to that, charter education, EFA education, and now local EFA education until the state assumes the responsibility to actually fund the public education and special education. Once we do that, and we take on that obligation as a state, we can have these things that we should be able to think about each child and what is in the best interest of them. It's an honorable thing you guys are trying to do. At the same time, we're breaking it over the backs of the local towns who are now rising up against their schools because it costs so much to educate the children, to pay for the special education. Just the line in here, okay, on page 8, there's line 13 and 14 is it for special education. We've now put it in here. And again, it's honorable that he brought this idea forward that, people should be able to send their kids where they want to. Yes, I hear that. And to state that we already do it in special education, kids go to private schools. Hey, that's along by law, the continuum of special ed services. And those are decisions that are difficult to make as we move children further and further away from their local community school, right? Their peers, their typical peers in those settings. That's done through the special ed process. Those are not private schools for choice. Okay, that's the special ed process. The idea that we aren't going to be obligated as communities to provide FAPE, the town will have to do that. If the IEP says transportation, we're transporting. If it says, there's nothing here that says the parent's signing off, that they're not going to receive that. What it says is, and I get it, that was honorable that the sponsor of the bill that spoke this morning talked about the idea that he does understand the cost that's going to the local community when we put the obligation on the public school to fund what's happening in a charter school or any other place. And again, I believe in having those options, absolutely. But until the state of New Hampshire funds the general education and special education so that not all of this, like so much of it, sits in your local towns, which is why there is so much dissent at this point. And that's too bad. That's it. That's all I got.
Thank you very much.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions?
Great.
Seeing none, thank
Yeah.
you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on the bill? Okay, we're going to close the hearing on HB 748, and we're going to take about a 5-minute break before we take on the next hearing.
15.5 minutes, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to get back?
Yep.
Righty. We're going to open the hearing on HB 752 relative to procedures for the closing of a charter school, and I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And this bill is a result of conversation with the Department of Education. There is an existing statute relative to charter revocation and probation. There have been a couple of instances in the past few years when the department thought that if they had additional tools available to them, it might help them in remedying the situation one way or the other in relation to a charter school that was having problems. So this is the result of that. And you can see, I'll just go through a few of the highlights on this. In the first section, starting on lines 4 and 5, it outlines 8 or 9 provisions, circumstances where the state board could revoke a charter prior to the expiration. And you'll see those there. One of the most common would be the school is financially unstable. Then down on Roman 2, line 19, the state board could accept petitions from parents of current students or by the board of a district to have the charter revoked. And then on Roman 3, following that, the state board, before acting on that petition, would have to check with the board of trustees of that charter school and see about a remediation plan for the situation. That is carried on in Roman 4 at the bottom of the page. Then importantly, on the next page in Roman 5, the state board is given explicit provision to immediately revoke a charter school charter if there are situations which would risk the harm of students. So that's an important provision. There is a second section of this bill, which is midway down on line 20 on page 2, and that's what happens to the records of a closed charter school. We've dealt with records for closing universities, et cetera, in the past few years. This outlines the process for the records for a closed charter school and for the Department of Education to be the custodian of those records, and it specifies what records to be included, and excuse me, the department making information available on how someone can request those records. So that is the bill in a nutshell, and also the intent to give the department tools that they feel are necessary for them to oversee and monitor charter schools who might be in bad circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Cordelli. On line 20, you're talking about the records. The records. What happens if we're talking physical insolvency, basically with the child, when these charter schools fold? If they don't have the money at that point, and some of their records aren't electronic, and this is requiring all electronic records, who does that? Who transposes the written records in electronic, or where does that cost come from? Because I'm sure there are application pieces I'm sure everything's not all electronic.
Yeah, it's my understanding that a lot of these specific type of records would most likely be in electronic format. Some of the other records might not, but the ones that we're talking about here probably would be in electronic format.
Okay, you follow me?
Follow up.
Okay, I agree with most of them are, but I'm looking at things like some of the health records, health notations, some disciplinary actions may not be in a personnel and student file. So those types of things. And they just write the following few lines there, Representative Cordelli, 26, 27. I'm not arguing about the bill. I'm just saying, I'm thinking about if the school is going under already, who's gonna, and typically we've surprised me, and typically when the department sends a bill in, they have a huge physical note for some reason. So I'm thinking, in this case, there'd be a cost somewhere to transcribe or get that. That's the only question that I didn't see anywhere, any of the handwritten records, particularly those that dealt with maybe health information, that stuff. It isn't electronic.
Right, I think that if there are these types of records that aren't electronically, I think that the department would take them and store them as well, and have them, if needed, by a student or a prior student.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. One question that I did have was with regard to, I think last week we heard a bill similar on records retention. Okay. And so I was curious that if like the two were to proceed forward, like would they stand in contradiction to one another, or what would we do potentially? Because this one seems to have another caveat to it, which is the actual closure piece and petitioning. So I'm just curious.
Right. My understanding is that it's the last in rules, basically. I know that applies to statutes, because sometimes we have statutes that are in conflict, and so when that arises, it's the last statute that takes precedent over the other.
Any other questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
if I
thank you
could
for
just add
taking
to
my
that.
question.
If I could just answer that, I'm sorry. I think that also is a situation that might be clarified over in the on the other side of the wall if both bills pass the House.
My question is, I can see that the bill actually repeals the whole 184B16, but as I'm looking at it, it looks like a lot of the what's in the current one is retained, and I'm just curious if there are specific things that you can point to, or if there's a side-by-side, you see what is actually being changed by the repeal and what's being added.
I do not have any kind of side-by-side. I can take a look at doing something like that.
Yeah, I'm just curious because it does go into a lot of detail in the current law. So I'm just trying to figure out what's changing. So it's not that I'm opposed to anything. I'm just trying to get the specifics on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone who would want to testify on 752? Okay, we're going to close the hearing. Is yes. Jeff, is Jeff going to? Okay.
7 minutes. We got 7 minutes. Okay.
We're just about ready to start with our next bill, which is House Bill 763. I just wanted to mention that you see the representative changing a sign on the desk where the witness sits. That is so that the camera will pick up what bill is in progress. So someone watching online, wanting to look for a specific bill or coming into the middle of things, they can see what bill we're testifying on. And if they're looking for something, another bill, they can always fast forward a little bit. So, yeah, that's I think a very good new process that we have in place. So with that, we'll open the House session, House Committee session on House Bill 763 relative to school emergency plans for sports-related injuries, and call on Representative Dry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for hearing this. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry from Plainfield, serving the towns of Charlestown, Unity, Newport, Plainfield, and Cornish. A lot of the help from for this bill came from the American Heart Association, so I just want to disclose to you ahead of time that I'm an instructor trainer for the American Heart Association, but my work is entirely volunteer. In New Hampshire, there are about 200 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests every month. According to our own Department of Safety, across the United States, about 3% of those people who go into cardiac arrest out of hospital survive. In New Hampshire, it's 13%. And that's largely due to a lot of the training in CPR and the access to AEDs that we have in the state. Next year, it will be 50 years since I started teaching CPR. I've seen a lot of changes since then, but the game changer has been the automatic external defibrillator. CPR circulates oxygenated blood and keeps brain cells from dying, but the AED in the right circumstances can start a heart again, and that's the game changer. House Bill 763 might look familiar. It was Senate Bill 379 last year that talked about placing AEDs, especially in accessible places around schools, but it didn't give any funding for that mandate. This bill starts by answering some of the questions from last year's hearings, and then it also makes an appropriation. So just go over the bill with me for a minute. On page 1, there are italicized versions that talk about following evidence-based guidelines. And we listed not just the American Heart Association, but any nationally recognized organization that focuses on emergency cardiovascular care, just so that there is a national standard to adhere to. A little bit later on, it talks about not just having AEDs around, but somebody trained in cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, because that's what really keeps the person in a state where an AED might be able to be effective. And we had a question last year about if you're using an athletic field but are not associated with a school, are you still responsible for that? Are they responsible for having a CPR trained person or an AED? And that's what the part that says on fields or in competitions in which pupils of the school are participating. So we thought that cleared up the questions that we saw last year. The appropriation, it followed kind of a formula, and I'm going to have somebody else come testify as how they arrived at that number. And I just finally want to bring up that Representative George Sykes, who I've worked with in emergency medicine for decades, who was also a co-sponsor, had to work today. Otherwise, he would be in here voicing his support for this bill, just like I am. With that, I want to thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I do have a handout that shows the Department of Safety's contract that they have with AED manufacturers that allows citizens and groups in the state of New Hampshire to get reduced prices on AEDs. So as we talk about money, might be helpful.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much. Yeah. Nancy Vaughn?
Good morning. Thank you very much for having this hearing today. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire. I know that we want to be able to get you out for some lunch before you come back here at 1 o'clock again to discuss this bill and some others as well. But again, the American Heart Association, as you can tell, is very much in support of this policy piece. It is part of our goal that by the year 2030, that we actually double the survival rate from cardiac arrests. As Representative Dry had mentioned, we have over 200 cardiac arrests a month called through 911. So there may be more than that. And the survival rate, at about 13% is actually pretty good. Nationally, it's 100%. It's 10%, only 10 that survive. And for children, which is what this bill is really, directed at, it is about a 15% survival rate across the country for cardiac arrest, which is still really low for young people who still have their lives ahead of them. I am not going to read you my entire testimony, which my colleague has passed out to you. Attached to my testimony, though, there are also 3 letters from advocates for this policy change, who are also healthcare providers and mothers of children who are in sports, and at least one of them that has a cardiovascular condition from birth. So again, what I wanted to address was whatever questions that there may be around the fiscal note for this. The bill formula is really based on a nationwide formula that our organization believes would be about $3,000 per school, really prioritizing first high need schools, the ones who are more financially strapped. But as, again, Representative Dry alluded to, within New Hampshire's Department of Safety, where EMS is, there's a direct purchasing program where anyone, including schools, can obtain an AED for about a third of the cost of what we see nationally. So there is wiggle room in the budget on this. And again, we have this is directed at schools that have school sports, and from what I understand, all of those schools have at least one AED, if not multiple AEDs. So we would be looking at helping out those school districts that are, again, don't have that many AEDs for every sport event that may be going on concurrently within their school district. Any amount of money that we can get for that this year would be terrific. And again, if you do have any questions, I'm more than happy to try to give that an answer. And again, for this bill, the policy piece is really to make sure that we emphasize that a national standard for using an AED and where to place an AED, but also the CPR training. One does not need to go through a full-fledged certified CPR course in order to provide effective CPR, but it needs to be effective to save lives. So thank you very much.
Sure, thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, you say there's a 15% survival rate for children. How many calls are there for children?
Fortunately, there are not that many.
Okay.
Particularly in New Hampshire. So again, my testimony will mention this, but of the 350,000 cardiac arrests that occur across the country in young people, we're looking at about 23,000. So it is a lower number, but again, it is really something that strikes suddenly and can be devastating for families if that child doesn't survive. Yeah, thank you for your
Representative
question.
Woodcock? Thank you, Chair Quigley. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for, yes, Margaret, it's afternoon already. Thank you for taking my question. Just logistics. I know about last session or the session before, some of us will remember, we talked about the 60 seconds getting there on the back of the little mobile cart and those types of things. But I'm looking at specifically on line 19, or actually 24 and through 30, what is on page 1. But what it's talking about is the issue of having these in every practice venue and site. I'm looking at schools that have multiple practice venues, multiple fields, and the way it's identified now, it appears to me now as I read this, that each site, each practice site should have an AED, and which seems significantly different before than we were talking about the access time to an AED, because if you're in a grade 6 field, 6 to 10 middle school, high school, there may be 7 or 8, 9 fields there, so each practice site clearly is not going to have. I don't understand. It just seems like it's.
Yeah, let me try to address this. So the guidelines that the American Heart Association, comes up with, we do this every 5 years, reviewing it, looking at the best case scenario to get the best outcomes from cardiac arrest. They are looking at that AED to be by the side of the person in cardiac arrest within a few minutes. So last year we talked about 1 to 3 minutes, which seemed really regimented. Again, it is within minutes, because every minute that goes by without having an AED, there is less of a chance of that person being able to survive. So again, following the guidelines that the American Heart Association develops and that many organizations use as part of their training, this is discussed and gone over with people who are obtaining AEDs.
So, follow up. Thank you. So the specificity in the bill, which talks about at each site, even though I mentioned the guidelines, it just seems to be kind of conflicting. That's all. I understand the guidelines and the transport, but I'm also looking at what says each single site. We have multiple sites, and in the middle schools don't have a trainer. Typically, they're going to have a radio, or every coach have a radio and call back.
Right.
That's all. It's a middle concern.
And if the fields are situated, next to one another, that might be one device, might be all that they need in order to get that device to the person. If it's a school district where there's fields that are in multiple locations, well, that would be a drive in order to get that AED to the person. So that would be the recommendation for that scenario, would be for an AED to be there.
So, but it's this path, and exactly, it's exactly what I'm talking about. We have multiple sites over a school area or off campus. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because this says there must be an AED there, because that's on 25. Each practice site will have them. That's all. Just look at the logistics of it. I have no problem with the concept. That's all. Because it's now you're looking at a local soccer field 5 miles away from the school, and then the school has the main things. So what happens? That's
But again, this is really, in order to save a life, you would need to have an AED within moments of being able to get to that person.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean you can't save the life, but I'm just saying that. And I may not understand your question, but it is okay. Thank you,
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. In the event of a cardiac event and an AED is 2 to 3 minutes away, can CPR be administered?
Well, this is also part of that evidence-based training. Thank you very much for that question. When CPR is given without an AED, that chance of survival goes up. It should be effective CPR, and so that's where you may have heard about the 100 beats per minute. That's 100 pushes on the chest per minute. So this is where a training or an orientation to CPR that's not a certified training would get to. But when you add the AED to it, then you really raise that survival, more like doubling the chance of survival. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. And this is just more of an education piece on my end. Are there pediatric AED devices versus adult ones, or are they all programmed the same to read the heart rhythms?
Yes, that you don't need to have a special AED. They actually do the diagnosing on whoever the person is in cardiac arrest and would know what, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, it does say right at the beginning that it applies to school districts, the governing and non-public schools, but there's nothing in it in terms of public charter schools. And we've been told oftentimes that if it doesn't say that it applies to public charter schools, that it should. Would you have any objection to including public
We would
charter schools?
have, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, no, we would have no objection to adding that. My thinking by saying public would include charter schools, but if you're saying it needs to be more specific, that's not a problem. Yes, thank you so much.
See no further questions. Thank you very much for being here this morning.
Thank
and
you.
for your
Thank you very
testimony.
much.
And with that, we'll close the session, the hearing on House Bill 763. And we'll break for lunch and come back at, let's say, 1:15. Yeah. We're going to caucus some more at lunchtime ourselves. Oh, okay.
It was a horrible morning.
So you get here very easy.
It was a horrible morning.
I scheduled pretty good, huh? You're right.
I accidentally dialed my oldest friend.
Yeah, I just for everybody's information, we're going to hand out to the committee 2 amendments for consideration this afternoon. And then we'll take a few-minute break while one of our members is testifying in another committee. Okay, believe it or not, I think we're ready for the executive session. That's correct.
Oh, that's right.
You know, we've stopped the clock in Reps Hall before, so
You're right, Mr. Chairman.
there are a couple of bills that we would like to go back to. House Bill 384, there was a paperwork glitch, and it never made it over to the clerk's office. So we need to re-exec 384. And I would call on Representative Noble for a motion. This is a bill to prohibit bullying in schools.
I move ITL.
Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. No.
you're right.
No,
no, not
no,
this
this is just a straight revote because it never
Yeah.
never
We
had,
need to
yeah,
reconsider. Yep.
right. No, we got confused with another bill where we do want to reconsider. So the motion is to ITL, and is there a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Woodcock. Any further discussion?
Sure. So I think we all agreed that the section on child in need of services maybe went a little bit too far, and that the bullying officer wasn't very well defined. And it is possible that we could use some other sections in this bill to bring into another bullying bill that we're working on.
Representative Woodcock, any discussion?
Vice Chair.
Anything further? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. Did you?
Consent.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Just showing you.
763 is on our list. We heard that this morning, but I think that there might be an amendment based on the discussion this morning, so we'll hold off on 763 for the sports-related injuries. House Bill 93 is school district appointment of a treasurer. This was to allow a district to change from an elected position to an appointed position for the treasurer. Representative Litchfield, do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion ITL, please.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman. Any discussion? Representative Litchfield?
I just simply feel that this is an anti-liberty bill. As it is now, it's an elected position, and I feel that it should continue to be that way.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel these decisions are better left to the local governments, and it's never a good idea when the state begins to push down these types of edicts. So I'd rather leave it up to the local government to determine how they want to proceed with this.
Any further comment from the committee? Oh, yes, Representative Hall.
I'm just, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious from what I just heard, Representative, if, when you say it's up to the local people, does that mean they can't appoint? It has to be an elected, what do you, just a clarification.
Thank you for the question, Representative. No, not at all. They can determine how they want to handle it if they want to appoint or elect.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. We had we actually had a amendment prior to that, by Representative Litchfield and yourself. So are we just taking the main motion? We're not going to get to the amendment?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
We want to caucus.
Okay. So we'll caucus briefly. Okay. The motion on the floor is to ITL House Bill 93. I think we're finished with Representative Cornell. You have a discussion?
I do have something to say. We don't have any problem with the ITL, but we're not absolutely 100% sure that it is okay to just appoint rather than elect a treasurer, because that is why the representative brought in the bill, because they wanted to be able to appoint rather than elect, but we're still okay with it.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
No, we're good.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry votes yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
No.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
15 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to provide a minority report.
Minority report.
Okay.
Representative
Thank you.
McDonald. And your would be ought to pass, correct? Yep.
Do you want to do, by the way, do you
On
want to put this on consent?
No.
Yeah.
Regular calendar.
Chair,
Yes.
is that going consent?
No. We'll have a minority report from Representative McDonald.
Even on consent?
No, just on regular calendar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Glenn,
Yes.
do you want to put this one on consent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't-
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Do we have to vote it?
No.
Chairman Cordelli, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Learning moment. If it's on consent, can it have a majority and a minority report? So that's what's driving it not being on consent?
Right. And I think there's a question about 3 being on consent, 3 in opposition.
We had a 16-4 on my.
Did we?
council. We were-
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yes.
Clarification. So if there was 2, it could go on consent?
Jen, is there any restriction there?
I don't think that there is a set number
Yeah.
maximum for consent, but if you're going to have a minority report,
Yes, it has to be.
go on consent.
Right. Right.
Could the position for the minority report be OTPA with the amendment that was not presented?
No.
Okay, then
Oh, that's right. Yes, it can. Yeah. Right.
okay, I'll waive and put on consent then.
Okay. Okay, next, let's take a look at House Bill 748, which we heard this morning, which the local education freedom accounts. Madam Vice Chair, could you take the gavel?
I'll open the executive session on HB 748, establishing a local education freedom account program. And I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would move that we retain House Bill 748.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion, Representative Cordelli?
I believe that there was quite a bit of discussion heard with the bill this morning. And from the part I heard, there were a lot of questions from the committee and people testifying, especially concerning special education. And I think I'd like to take a look further at that and some other provisions. And that is my reason for the retaining motion.
Anything from the second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, the motion is to retain.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass?
No.
And Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you. House Bill 676 we'll take up next. And this was a bill related to Education Freedom Account, Advisory Council, and several surveys. This bill was not processed by the clerk. We found an error, an omission on the second page, in that when the text was copy and pasted from the tax credit scholarship program, the name was not changed from Education Tax Credit Program to Education Freedom Account. And that should be made. So I would like to move that we reconsider House Bill 676.
Is that on our? No. You heard me.
You can take over.
Okay.
Wait, where are we at right now? A second. Oh, she seconded it, so I need a further discussion.
Okay. Any further discussion on the reconsider motion?
Was there a second?
Question, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Woodcock has a question.
Okay. We just have a procedural question. So we would vote on the reconsider, then we'll vote on the amendment to fix the bill, and then we would vote on the amended bill. Is that the way it goes?
Yeah.
Yes?
You call this for lunch. Just for 1 minute.
Jen, is that the correct understanding? Yeah.
Okay. So we have a first and a second on the reconsider motion. Any discussion? Seeing none? Madam Clerk, motion is to reconsider.
Chairman Noble?
Yes.
Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Morse?
Yes.
Representative Nato?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Murray?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Harvey?
No.
Representative Kluger?
No.
Representative Snodgrass?
No.
Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass and then offer an amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Terry seconds. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. As I indicated, there was an error in the drafting, or possibly in what I submitted to the drafter. And I would like to offer Amendment 0601H.
Is there a second? Representative Terry seconds. Any other discussion? This is on the amendment.
Yes, I'll be voting no on, oh, sorry, Madam
No, you're
Chair.
good.
I'll be voting no, as it doesn't change anything. We're against it, and we don't believe survey questions that should be in legislation. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Chairman Noble?
Yes.
Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass with amendment 0601H.
Is there a second? Representative Terry seconds. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, let's,
What do you want to do? I'll
Huh?
start it.
Okay.
If it's yours.
no, the Freeman's doing this one.
Do you have another one that you want to do
Okay,
while I have
right.
the gavel?
Yeah, this one, 667. Six, six, seven.
I open the executive session on HB 667 relative to health education and requiring the viewing of certain videos demonstrating gestational development from embryo to fetus through birth by public school students and college or university students. And I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass and offer an amendment.
Is there a second? Representative Moore seconds. Any discussion?
Thank you. I would like to offer amendment 0615H, which replaces the bill with the text in the amendment. I think that there were problems with the original bill in terms of a specific video being defined in relation to the college systems being involved and the Attorney General being involved. This simplifies things by repeating much of what is in statute and rules related to the health curriculum and in the standards. That the curriculum shall be age appropriate and medically accurate. It should provide information on abstinence, adoption, healthy relationships, and human growth and development, and include a presentation of high quality computer generated animation or ultrasound video that shows the development of the heart, brain, and other vital organs in the early fetal development. I think it's important in terms of health and sexual education to see the development of the fetus in the womb. With my grandson born missing part of his heart. It was very interesting to talk with the surgeons and all about field development and the development of the heart, and look and see why one chamber of his heart never developed. So I think that it's important to see this, but I also feel it inappropriate to specify the name of any one particular video.
Any discussion from the second?
I can agree with pretty much everything that Chairman Cordelli mentioned. My only disagreement would be the single comment of a fetus, for instance, because to me it's a human life. So seeing the development of a baby developing within a womb is, to me, important.
Any other discussion? Representative Woodcock.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the amendment by Representative Cordelli in trying to make a bad bill less bad. But I am concerned that we're dictating to local schools exactly what they already know now, which is they have a health curriculum that's taught by professional trained people. They make up the curriculum. These parts are covered between biology and the health education program, who are the professionals. And for us to start to speculate and specify videos, even though we didn't identify a particular video. The other part of this, I understand we went into the automated characteristic recording, but they still allowed for the video recording, which was beyond that. So I just think this bill is way beyond our scope of authority, and we shouldn't be dictating local curricula. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
We can just go right in this corner. We want to caucus for 1 second.
Sure.
Okay.
A minute.
Just don't listen, it's secret.
All set?
All set. Okay. Was there any other discussion? Okay. So we have a motion of OTP for the amendment.
Just clarification, Mr. Chair, we're voting on the amendment now, right?
Amendment.
Just the amendment, thank you.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? Oh, I mean,
No.
no.
Don't jump back up there.
Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move on to pass with amendment 0615H.
Is there a second? Representative Morse. Any discussion?
No.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be voting no on the bill, even though the amendment does make the bill better. I still don't think we should be dictating to districts what they should be teaching in their classes. And I just, it makes a bad bill better, but it's still, I don't agree with the bill.
Any other discussion? Yes. Okay. Madam Clerk, we have a motion for OTPA.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Minority report?
Yeah. Representative Woodcock.
Let's next move to House Bill 752 that we also heard this morning, which was the closing of a charter school. Representative Freeman, did you have a motion on this bill?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Morse? All right, next, Representative-
It's
Yes.
easily
Representative
confused.
Terry.
I don't know.
Representative Freeman, do you have a discussion on this motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I want to pass, well, I don't want to, but I think this is really one of those really common sense pieces of legislation that will definitely put some parameters and some rules around procedures for closing of a charter school and increasing transparency as well as accountability to anything that does occur around that closing.
Representative Terry?
I have nothing to add. I'm in complete agreement with Representative Freeman's advocacy.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what I did this morning during the dialogue when it was presented. I have concerns. I appreciate the fact that it's much clearer than it was before, but I do have concerns about electronic transport of information. When some of these documents are written by hand, it's not clear how they're going to get there. Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you. Just clarifications. There seems to be typo in here, and I don't think it matters. Actually, that's my question. It's very minor. If you look on page 2, 28, it says the department shall provide information on its website about how the request student or personal records. I believe it's supposed to say 2. And the other question would be, it references the department, so I'm assuming that somewhere in a prior paragraph it says this Department of Education.
Yes, I think probably the enrollment process can change the word "the" to "to." Yeah, generally in the education statutes, department is assumed to be Department of Education. Any further discussion on 752? Seeing none. Madam Clerk.
Chairman Noble, Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 1 nay.
Consent, okay?
Yes.
Great. Do you want to?
Let's find it because I want to make sure I have the right title. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 754 FN, establishing automatic discovery and due process hearings for actions seeking to enforce special education rights. And I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass and also offer an amendment then.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman seconds. Any discussion?
Thank you very much. I would like to offer Amendment 0608H and move ought to pass on this amendment. There was discussion heard at the hearing, in particular by the special ed advocate, that she thought some of the issues and the notices that would be required could be made clearer, and that she then worked with several people who are here and provided this language that I have put into the amendment to make clear about the information that is to be provided. As you'll see in line 9B, it lists the core documents that should be provided as part of a due process hearing. And the fact that having this automatically happen will speed up the due process hearings and make it clear as to what parents are entitled to. And I believe that's the main goal of this amendment. And you can see down below at the end of the page some of the references related to this in IDEA.
Do we have a second on the amendment? Well, that was on the main motion, right?
On the amendment.
Oh, okay. You did an OTP.
On the amendment.
Oh.
Yeah. And I did an OTP and then
Okay, I
introduced the
didn't hear
amendments. Yep.
Any other discussion? Representative Balboni.
Thank you. I feel that we were given this amendment with very little notice to really take a deep dive into it. There are several legal references that have been changed in the document, and I don't see anybody from either the Department of the Special Education's advocate here to ask questions of, so I'm wondering if the committee would consider holding it so we could get some of those answers and supporting the changes.
If you want to continue on discussion, I believe I had an email from the special ed director. I'll see if I can find that.
So can we hold it and maybe put it on another, like Wednesday, or just to give a little bit more time so that somebody could answer those questions in person?
I don't know if they would be available in person, but I can try and give you copies of the document, the email from the director.
That would be helpful. Would it be also okay if we could ask Becky Wilson to maybe take a look at the amendment and give her,
It's an executive session, but, you know, you can show the amendment to who you'd like.
Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to back up my associate over here. I think that this is a really complicated piece. I'm looking at the amendment. You did say that other people worked on this, but you didn't identify who they were, worked on the amendment. You just said those here. So I'd appreciate it if in fact it was put on Wednesday, the agenda, and you requested the DOE to be here so that we could get the accurate information, because this is a pretty complex bill. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hold off on any further action on this until Wednesday. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I will withdraw my motion on the amendment and the OTP.
Second,
I'll second.
the second needs to withdraw their motion. Representative Freeman?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that was all for today on our executive session, and we are just about on time for House Bill 231. We have 3 or 4 minutes.
We should get into the amendment. Sports.
Yeah.
For the charter schools, charter public schools. Yeah. And
Right.
maybe pick some word on
Right. So,
position, place, put positioned or general.
right, so we have 3 or 4 minutes until we start the hearing.
Okay. And then we, yeah, so these middle three we held on to.
763, 754.
And 748 was a retain. It's not but it has been retained.
Okay. So those are Wednesday. What do we do on the treasure? We do anything on that?
Yes, we did. We voted on that.
Okay.
It went on consent. There were 3 nays. It was 15-3.
Okay. Pass.
It did.
Okay.
No, the ITL, it did not pass. The motion was ITL.
While we're waiting to start the hearing, yeah, if we could get the reports by the end of the day tomorrow, if that's okay, everybody will.
Mardi Gras, that Tuesday tomorrow.
Yeah.
I said Wednesday morning.
Okay, I've been overruled by the vice chair, who said Wednesday morning. So that's fine with me also, if we can get them early as possible, because we've got to get them into the calendar, at noon on.
Minority report that was submitted on the surveys, that one still holds. You don't have to do, I don't have to submit anything else, right? Even though you amended it.
Right.
Still holds the same. I don't have to.
Because I do it, so that was this one. So that amendment, like it was.
On the surveys, you did a report on that?
The first time, but then you just amended it. I want to resubmit that report.
You can if you'd like, or you don't have to.
I don't have to.
Right. Right. bill of the day, which is House Bill 231, prohibiting school district personnel from transporting students to medical procedures without parental consent. And prime sponsor, Representative Perez, is here. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Christine Perez. I am from Rockingham 16, Londonderry, and I have submitted to you a amendment for this bill, and I'll go over the changes. This bill prohibits the transport of minors by any school personnel for any medical appointments, visits, without parents or a guardian's permission. What the add to this is that the school district shall adopt a policy prohibiting any school district personnel from transporting a minor or accompanying a minor during transport, except emergency transport for a medical appointment, mental health appointment, or a visit that includes any type of mental health evaluation, treatment, or counseling, or any other health-related appointment or visit without the knowledge and approval of the minor's parent or guardian, unless he or she is following a published school district emergency health or medical emergency protocol or policy. So it is designed to protect both the minor and the school personnel. First, we need to make sure that districts have in place a policy for emergent situation. I'm a retired intensive care nurse. So I went to 2 different school districts and asked for their policies for emergent things, because this is separating emergent from other things. So, and I did find that neither of them had policies on emergent. By emergent, I mean the kid that falls off the swing and it falls and its head is bleeding and they're unconscious, or that type of emergent thing. So in speaking to the business office at my SAU, they said, well, we have a policy for transport that you call the nurse, and if the nurse isn't available, you get in touch with the administrator. So, I did explain that what I meant was, well, everybody's trained in that. And I said, well, trained in that is different than having a policy. So I did get the policy from my district, and the one from my district is it's under the role of the school nurse, and it's dated 2008. So they will be updating that. But first, we need to make sure that they have some type of policy in effect for that, not just training, but a policy. I found, and as I say, I found that their only requirements were under health and define the school nurse, and it was dated. Times have changed since 2008. This bill would expand an injury or illness policy to make it clear that the responsibility for transport is in the hands of the parent or the guardian and not the responsibility of school personnel. It also puts into place the need for the school district to have a strong policy defining the emergent health or mental health incident protocol, so that the state staff are all clear on what their expectations are in those cases. And I think that's very, very clear, because you need to know what your expectations are and what your limitations are. So as I say, this is to protect the children as well as to protect the staff from being put into a situation where they really don't know what their responsibility is or what they should do. So with that, I'm welcome to take any questions.
Thank you for presenting your bill. Questions for the representative?
It was that clear. Good for me, huh?
Well,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for being
you.
Here.
Bye-bye.
No other cards?
Hmm?
No other cards?
No, there's no other cards. Does anyone else want to speak to this bill? See none? We'll close the hearing, and in about 15 minutes, we have our last bill of the day. Patty?
Kristen. Sun's coming,
Oh, I'm
right?
sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you.
turn on my microphone. We're going to quickly exec House Bill 231, which we just heard with the prime sponsor, Representative Perez.
You want a second, and then you can explain it.
Okay. Representative Noble, would you have a motion on House Bill 231?
Move to pass.
Thank you. I'll second it. Representative Noble, do you have any comment on your motion?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Amendment 0603H.
Yes. Thank you. And I'll second the amendment, OTP. Any further discussion from the committee on Amendment 0603H? Representative Balboni.
Thank you. In our discussion, we noticed that it requires school districts to adopt a policy, but it doesn't have anything about applying to public charter schools. And I bring this up because we've been told that if there is a policy that we want to be applied to public charter schools at will, we have to actually state it clearly in the legislation.
Correct. That is not in the amendment. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
I thought there was a question.
Hmm?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, motion is to adopt the amendment. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
13 yeas and 3 nays.
Representative Noble, did you want
I'll
to make a
move,
further amendment?
To pass
Motion?
with amendment.
And that's 0603H. Discussion on the OTPA? Seen.
The OTPA.
Uh,
You.
Yeah, I'll second that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Motion is OTPA. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse. Sorry. Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
12 yeas and 4 nays.
Will there be a minority report?
I guess we'll do it one minority. No? Okay, so I'll leave it. No.
Okay.
No.
If there's no minority report, is consent okay? Or would you want it on the regular calendar? Consent? Thank you very much. So we will move to the next bill to be heard, which is House Bill 555, relative to the required Holocaust and genocide study requirements for an adequate public education. And Representative Reed is all ready to go. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, which is Newmarket and Newfields. And before I begin my testimony, I did email the committee. I've also passed out the amendment before you. And while all of my testimony will in fact be on the bill, the intent of the bill and the intent of the amendment are the same. So it's largely the same testimony anyway. I wanted to circumvent this hearing becoming a 4-hour heated debate about which historical incident does or does not constitute genocide. And so the primary change in the amendment before you is, look, I'm just a representative from Newmarket. I have a master's degree in what have you, and I've researched this issue, sadly, extensively. But there are people in the world who have studied and argued over this topic more hours than we could possibly dedicate, and have more expertise than all the people in this room combined. And those people are primarily members of the United Nations International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court. And they are the ones that adjudicate what constitutes genocide and what doesn't. And so the amendment before you takes out of my hands the idea of what is a genocide and what isn't, and puts it where it belongs. So the reason I don't want that to be this hearing arguing about the specifics of any particular historical incident or conflict is because that's not the point. And while we can all disagree very vehemently on particulars of specific incidents, I would be hard pressed to imagine anyone in this room or really anywhere disagreeing with the intent of the bill. The genesis of this bill is, as you know, the word genocide has become more popular in the last couple of years. And upon first hearing it, it's kind of shocking, and rightfully so, right? It's the mother of all evils. It's the worst of the worst that humanity has to offer. And it raised the question, well, what is a genocide? And I can tell you, I'm one of the most prolific legislators here. I put in 14, 16 roughly bills a year, and I research all of those bills extensively, and I have never had such a hard time researching a topic as I have had researching this, because as much as I thought, well, of course we know what genocide is, when you actually look into it and the things that comprise genocide, I had to take breaks every few minutes if I was reading about particular practices, because it is absolutely gut-wrenching. You're not a human being if you don't react strongly to researching this topic. So I did start researching it, because when I was in school, the reason it was, I think, so shocking to hear the word being used again, when I was in school, I had Holocaust and genocide studies. And genocide was almost synonymous with the Jewish Holocaust perpetrated upon the Jewish people by the Nazis in World War II. And that was it. And it was awful. We saw the worst of the worst. We saw videos and images that made you want to vomit. But when I was learning about this is genocide, there was definitely a sense of, wow, humanity really messed up that time. We really screwed that one up. Good thing we've evolved. Good thing we've learned our lesson, and we're not going to do that anymore. The danger of teaching it just as a single historical incident is that you feel in the clear. You feel like there's no way, it's a done deal. We don't have to worry about that. It's in the history books. Phew. We're better than that. The problem is, it is definitely not over. This is a lesson that humanity does not seem to learn. Because whether or not you want to argue over one specific incident or not, there are at least a handful of incidents happening right now that are questions, very strong questions of whether or not They are genocide. We aren't learning this lesson. This is a thing we keep doing to each other. And if there's nothing else we teach, it should be how to be good human beings and live on this planet together. And so I think it's exceedingly important. And I know that you had a very, very unpopular bill trying to remove Holocaust and genocide studies as a requirement entirely. And I'm sitting here doing the opposite. If there's, I'm sorry, it's more important than reading and writing and arithmetic. It really is. Because if we can't learn how to not murder and slaughter and torture each other, then what the heck are we doing here? By the way, in researching this, there's a whole bunch of organizations. I will be deferring to the UN repeatedly over and over again, but there are a whole bunch of organizations that study this. And it turns out, and I didn't know this, but maybe you do, Keene State, our very own Keene State, has a Holocaust and genocide studies and are in and of themselves experts. I did look to them as a potential source. I don't think, as far as I could tell, I could not find them having listed a specific list of genocides. I will say, just for the sake of the amendment, by kicking it over to the list of genocides that have been adjudicated by the International Court of Justice, those are 3. Those are only 3. If you look at the list of things that, depending on the definition, have been considered genocide, it's dozens and dozens, but only 3. And that is the genocide perpetrated upon the Jewish people by the Nazis, which killed approximately 7 million Jewish people. The Bosnian genocide, which killed approximately 60,000 people. And the Rwandan genocide, which killed approximately 800,000 people. There are other incidents like Cambodia and the Killing Fields where millions have died, but those are not included in that list. So when I defer to the ICJ, it is the most narrow, most conservative list that it exists. So, history. It's the end of World War II. The world is coming to the realization that 7 million Jewish people have been killed, and not just killed, but killed in the worst possible way with attempts to eradicate. 3 million non-Jewish Polish people have been targeted and killed. 1.5 million, we have used the slur gypsies, but I don't, is it the Romas, the people who we have historically called gypsies were killed. And so the League of Nations existed after World War I. Here's World War II. This is just unfathomably terrible. And so the UN is formed to try to stop anything like this from happening, both the war itself and the atrocities that occurred during the war from happening again, to help preserve international peace. There's a Polish lawyer by the name of Raphael Lemkin, who would later be very active in the Nuremberg trials, who is the one who coined the term genocide. Genocide coming from the Latin, same etymology where we get the word gene, a tribe or family, a clan, and side meaning to kill. He would later push for, through his studies, for the adoption by the UN of what would become the Genocide Convention, where we have our standardized definition of genocide. And that convention is mostly based on Lemkin's research and work. Also, this was adopted, the Genocide Convention was adopted in 1948, which contains the definition of genocide, which I have in the bill and the amendment as something that needs to be taught, the definition. Also adopted in 1948 for the same reasons is the UN Universal Declaration on Human Rights. So the UN definition from Lemkin, it's any of the following acts that have with the intent to destroy in whole or in part, and destroy later through studies has been qualified as such, meaning even if it's not intended to destroy them physically, if it's destroying who they are as an identity, then that counts. So with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, either killing, the serious bodily or mental harm to the group, deliberately inflicting upon the group conditions of life that are calculated to bring about their destruction in whole or in part. These are things like man-made forced famine or the intentional spread of disease. the forced prevention of births of the group, and forcibly transferring the group. Any one of these elements constitutes as genocide if it has the intent to destroy that group. Many of those, that long list of potential genocides, have almost all of those elements. So interestingly, this definition, the words, not the citation back to the UN Genocide Convention, but the words already exist in our RSA, but they do not exist as an instruction to teach. They exist because we say Holocaust and genocide studies, and then in RSA we define genocide, and we conveniently use, by and large, the UN definition of genocide, but then we don't tell teachers to teach that definition. I think the definition is very important. In addition, all of those groups that have studied this, like Keene State, have studied this extensively, and they've come up with several things. These are not part of the Genocide Convention, but these are widely agreed upon characteristics of genocide. One is the 10 stages, and another one is 6 common tools of genocide. In the amendment, I specifically point out that the common stages and the tools of genocide should be taught. The 10 stages really fast. Basically, it's an overarching picture of otherizing a group and creating that separation more and more extreme so that you can eventually have an excuse to violate their rights and eventually destroy them. That's classification, symbolization, discrimination, dehumanization, organization, polarization, preparation, persecution, extermination, and finally, denial. Denial that the genocide ever happened. The 6 tools, and I think this is potentially even more important to teach. Violent massacres or mass killing by things like those forced conditions, famine, disease. Systematic rape, including the potentially rape camps, which have happened, and other sexual violence. This is used as psychological terror as well as a way to change the group and prevent the births of that group, but basically put the preferred group, have those births happen instead. Other forced birth prevention, such as forced sterilization, forced abortion, and the transferring of children. Forced deportations or ethnic cleansing of a region, including things like death marches, the use of trains. Concentration camps, detention centers, and forced labor. And finally, cultural erasure. And the reason I think these tools are extremely important is because we need students who understand that when they see any of these things, when they see those things, a red flag should go up for them anywhere in the world. So I told you about my experience that genocide was just this one thing that happened historically, and it's over, and thank God, isn't it good it's over? As I'm studying this, I had never in my life considered, for example, that the treatment of the indigenous people of North America was a genocide. Having studied this, it's unquestionable to me personally that that's exactly what it was, that my country, which I love, has engaged in atrocities, and one of those atrocities is the genocide of indigenous people who were here. I can say that about my own country, and that is why it's important to teach, because I would have never thought the danger of having this limited instruction as we currently have in RSA, where it's just Holocaust and genocide studies. That's a bad stuff, y'all. Like, that's basically all our current RSA says. It doesn't even have a minimum of instruction and no real, like, historic, widespread historic instruction on what is actually happening when we talk about genocide. So no minimum, no instruction. And the danger of that is that we have generations of people who don't think it can happen here, who don't see those flags and go, oh, maybe we're the bad guy, or maybe our friends are the bad guy. It doesn't generate for them an alarm system, and it really should. So I do understand that you've had lots of opposition emails and opposition in the room. My understanding is most of that opposition is in reference to one conflict and whether or not that conflict should be included in the definition of genocide. I do hope that my proposed amendment here, which rightly puts the list of genocides to be taught in the hands of the highest authority in the world on the topic, can bring everybody together around this purpose, because the intent is extremely important. We are not doing enough to make citizens who are going to be aware when they see the world and see terrible things happening in the world. So I hope this brings us all together in the room and elsewhere, and I hope we can all agree that we don't ever want to see genocide ever again. With that, I will take questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the representative? I had one. You mentioned something about a flag.
A flag, red flags, as mental red flags, as in something should ping in our heads when we see these types of tactics being used.
Okay.
You see people, like if you were to see forced sterilizations, that should ping in your head. Oh, this is one of those tools of genocide. You see people loaded up on trains or forced into death marches, forced famine, that should ping in your head. Tool of genocide. So I didn't mean a literal flag.
Thank you. Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Reed, do you have a recommendation for an age group that you'd like this implemented in?
High school.
Not in the bill.
It's in the RSA that the bill is changing.
Further questions?
The RSA that currently has Holocaust and genocide studies, but it's a very vague and very brief mention. That RSA is for high school.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this testimony. I was just wondering if you talked at all or worked at all with the commission that is.
I am aware that there's a commission. I did not. I'm not going to lie. This is, I've been very deeply personally impacted by this topic. I don't mean to say that I've been personally impacted by genocide. I have not. But studying this and the conversations around this topic have been exceedingly emotional for me. So it's just something I felt like I had a moral obligation to do.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appear in opposition to this bill. I don't think, first of all, I don't think that it's necessary, but more importantly, I hope that the committee will take a moment to sort of reflect on, do we want to be instructing our schools that what they ought to be relying on is the United Nations view of the world for the studying of what constitutes genocide and related things. The United Nations, the United Nations organizations, whether it's is it the International Criminal Court? I think it was the International Criminal Court that has issued an arrest warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu. That's how responsible the International Criminal Court is. That will issue an arrest warrant for the Prime Minister of a country that was, viciously attacked in October of 2023 and responded. I can't help thinking that, particularly when you consider the original bill, and although the amendment purports to take out, the specific reference, for example, to the Palestinian genocide, I have to say that I must have missed that. Where the Palestinian genocide was. But it strikes me that what this is an attempt to do is to kind of draw an equivalency. There's this was awful, but so is this, that kind of thing. And frankly, there is no equivalency here. There's one. What happened in October of 2023, there's one right side and one wrong side. There's no equivalency in terms of what happened or in terms of Israel's response to it. And I think that to the extent that the suggestion is that we should rely on the United Nations and its view of the world, in light of all that we have seen happen with the United Nations in so many contexts over, the last 10 years or whatever, it seems to me is a very, very bad idea. So for all of those reasons, I would urge you, I think the current statute in terms of what it requires to be studied is entirely adequate. The fact that the sponsor indicated that, well, there is a definition of what constitutes a genocide in the statute already, but it doesn't require that students be taught that. It doesn't prohibit that either. I mean, if teachers think that that's something that's important, that students should be taught, there's nothing that prevents them from doing that. So I just don't see why, to the extent that that's the argument, why this is necessary. At any rate, it seems to me, I don't think that this legislature or this state wants to be relying on the United Nations view and the various organizations. Remember, what's the UNCUS? Isn't that the group that is United Nations funded, that was providing quote unquote relief to the Palestinians, and many of their members were part of the invaders on October 7th. So the idea that we should be placing faith and trust in the United Nations is something I think is not a very good idea. With that, I hope you'll decide to ITL this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Yes, Representative Hard, yes.
So you mentioned equivalency, and I'm wondering what your thought is in terms of the Holocaust, which the numbers that she read off were definitely horrifying. Right. If this bill would then cause an equivalency that would diminish the Holocaust and water it down so that everything can be equal.
No, I mean, I think that's a very valid point, because it seems to me, I'm certainly not suggesting that the only, atrocity that in history has been the Holocaust. I'm not suggesting that, but I do think that it's a fair thing to say that was, by far as the worst situation of some kind of a genocide that we've seen. I mean, it is way beyond anything else, it seems to me, that we've seen. And, I mean, I know the original bill had talked about, the treatment of Native Americans. I don't for a moment suggest that that there was anything that Native Americans, in history were true, or that there was anything but deplorable treatment of Native Americans. But I don't think that it rises to the level of what happened during the Holocaust, as bad as it may have been. And I think that, particularly, I mean, the thing I found particularly offensive about the original bill was the suggestion that somehow there was a Palestinian genocide that was somehow we should be taking that into account and considering that vis-a-vis the Holocaust. It's completely apples and oranges as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us and taking my questions. I just have a question for you. Do you think reading, writing, and arithmetic are very important?
I do think that. Yes, I do. Thank you very much,
Representative. Dia Chartowitz. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Cordell and members of the House. Can you turn on your microphone?
Just press the button, the silver button. Yep. There you go.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you to Chairman Gordelli and members of the House Education Committee. for giving me this opportunity to speak in opposition to HB 555 FM. I'm not much of a public speaker, so I hope you'll bear with me. I submitted a letter in January that outlined some of my thoughts about why Israel's military action in Gaza after an unprovoked invasion into its borders, the massacre of 1,200 innocent lives, and the abduction of over 200 others does not constitute a genocide. Genocide is a very specific crime requiring intent, and Israel's attempts to rescue the hostages and locate the leaders of the attack do not, despite the unfortunate deaths of civilians, constitute an attempt to exterminate the Palestinian people. But I don't want to repeat everything I said in the letter here. Instead, I want to concentrate today on two other reasons to reject this proposed bill. First, it's unassailable that there's a rise in anti-Semitism in this country, around the world, and New Hampshire, unfortunately, is no exception. As someone who has worked in public schools around the state, both as the former chair of the Jewish Federation's Anti-Semitism Committee and as the administrator of Civic 603, a New Hampshire civics program, I am personally aware of some of the incidents occurring in our state in schools, elementary, middle, and high schools. I've spoken to teachers, parents, and students. There are the usual swastikas on desks, in bathrooms, and school bus windows, and there have been Nazi salutes and comments like, "Kill the Jew," "You stupid Jew," "What do you expect from a dumb Jew?" And I've had it up to here, Jew. Whatever your particular views are on Israel's response to October 7th, it cannot be seriously gainsaid that adding a mandatory discussion about the ongoing situation in the Middle East will foment more discord and anti-Semitism. Second, although I am speaking completely in my personal capacity and not as a representative of the state's Holocaust and Genocide Education Commission, I am aware from our meetings that schools are having a difficult time implementing the existing statute. The rules implemented to effectuate the statute, and by the way, in response to Representative Reed's comments, there are rules that were promulgated by the Board of Education outlining what should be taught pursuant to this statute. The rules did not go into effect until 2022 and 2023 academic year, and teachers are themselves still learning about the topic. Adding the Middle East situation, one that has sparked so much controversy around the country, where events change from day to day, where we have not yet benefited from the lens of history, and where a person could spend literally the entire 4 years of high school trying to understand the geopolitics of the Middle East is imprudent and impractical. As a Jewish person whose relatives suffered during pogroms and during the Holocaust, and who, as a consequence, understands the importance of Israel and believes, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, that peace in Israel requires the security and territorial integrity of Israel, I am deeply saddened and offended by the original proposal. And as someone who has been involved in education in New Hampshire public schools since my retirement from the practice of law, I am simply astonished that anyone would think that the proposed requirement would not wreak havoc in schools if it were incorporated on a mandatory basis into the curriculum. Finally, although I'm not prepared to speak with respect to the proposed amendment that's before you today, I will note that it has a number of significant problems. The United States is not a member of the ICJ or the ICC, and it has not adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I wonder whether the amendment is an attempt to backdoor the existing proposal through by using much broader language. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, sorry.
I don't see any, so thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for being here. Allison Gert?
Good afternoon. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Allison Girton. I serve as the Executive Director for the Jewish Federation of New Hampshire. You have already received the letter that we sent outlining our concerns with the proposed amendment, so I will focus my time today on what we feel is most critical. In the past 15 months, the Jewish Federation of New Hampshire has received reports of anti-Semitic incidents in 3 different schools across our state. This is not abstract. This is happening here in our communities, and we must be mindful of the impact our laws and our policies have on fostering either understanding or division. The amendment before you, inserting the term Palestinian genocide into the Holocaust and Genocide Education Statute, does not advance historical education. It advances a divisive political agenda. The Holocaust and Genocide Education Law was created to teach students about well-documented, universally recognized genocides, ensuring that we learn from the past to prevent future atrocities. Adding a term that is highly politicized and deeply disputed not only weakens the integrity of this law, but it risks turning classrooms into battlegrounds for political narratives rather than spaces for factual learning. This proposal has real consequences. Regardless of intent, framing Israel's actions as genocide promotes a misleading and inflammatory narrative that contributes to anti-Semitism. It introduces bias into educational standards. It risks fostering hostility towards Jewish students and the broader Jewish community. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, which New Hampshire adopted into law last year, provides clear guidance on how anti-Semitic rhetoric can manifest, including in ways that distort or demonize Jewish identity and the Jewish state. We must be cautious not to introduce language into our education system that could fuel division or hatred. For these reasons, I urge this committee to reject the amendment. The original law serves a vital purpose, ensuring students understand the catastrophic consequences of true genocide. This amendment distorts that mission. Let's keep Holocaust and genocide education focused on history and not on politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Terry O'Rourke.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for having me here today. I'm Terry O'Rourke, Representative Terry O'Rourke from Keene. A few years ago, I began working on a project highlighting what I have since termed crimes against humanity in the United States. What brought that curiosity about was the daily death totals occurring due to COVID-19. My initial thought was, could this be a genocide in the making? And has there ever been a genocide in this country? That would be yes. What my research did turn up was the woeful lack of American history taught in our schools. Time and time again, I would find some historical event and think to myself, I never knew that. Why weren't we taught that in school? The events that I am referring to would be inhumane treatment and crimes against Native Americans, and at the beginning of this country's history, Africans, now known as Black and Brown Americans. We were never taught about the Trail of Tears, the forced removal of Native Americans from their lands to Oklahoma. Thousands died while en route. Or the many wars that occurred, such as the Sand Creek Massacre, the Pico War, the Creek Wars, to name a few. Human bondage, or slavery, was allowed until it wasn't. But in the meantime, there were many rebellions and massacres that took place and were never taught about. One example is the Tulsa Race Massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in 1921. I had never heard of that event until I happened upon a copy of National Geographic, who had a piece on the 100th anniversary in 2021.
Events like these and so many more, like the unlawful incarceration of Japanese American citizens during World War II, are a part of American history and need to be acknowledged, learned about, and hopefully learn lessons from. I ask that you seriously and thoughtfully consider adding more accurate past American history to school curriculum so students can have full knowledge of our nation's beginnings. That would include the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I've heard from a number of speakers today that, a number of events were not taught in their school and they never heard of that. I grew up in a public school setting and so forth, and a lot of those events, in fact, most of the ones that I've mentioned, I did hear about. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit on maybe these things are taught and we don't remember them, or maybe it's inequality in our schools, or something that or maybe we don't actually know what's being taught in our schools, just because I'm confused in that I did know about the Trail of Tears and the Japanese detention centers. Could you speak on that, please? Thank you.
Okay, to the best of my ability, I will. I really never heard of the Trail of Tears. The only thing I remember ever learning about in school, whether it was high school or I don't know, middle, junior high, whatever, was, the Indians, they were here first. They were referred to as Indians at the time. They were here first, and then, the white people came, and we just took, it was kind of glossed over, I guess is what I'm saying. So no, I had never, ever heard of the Trail of Tears. Slavery, yes, how the black and brown people were brought to America. Again, we learned about it, but it was kind of glossed over. And I think what I was trying to bring about in what I was talking about was that maybe more of the meat of our history needs to be taught to students of an appropriate age, which would be high school, and so that they know exactly the background of our history, which is why I ended off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. And hopefully lessons can be learned from that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. So all these things you didn't hear about when you were in high school or junior high, I do remember. Actually, there was a book that I read when I was in school about the Trail of Tears, so I guess I was fortunate enough to have a teacher who did that. I actually have a two-part question.
Okay.
How do you feel about local control of curriculum? And I think that's important because we do have a law on the books, and there's a lot of times that I think we should defer to the teacher on what they should teach, just because they know their audience. How do you feel about the local control of curriculum?
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that question. I'm really not prepared for that. And that's my honest answer. Yes. If I had a week to think about it, I could come back and say, I got the answer for you.
You find me in Reps Hall and we get the, I appreciate your honesty
But
about
that's,
that.
yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Did you have a two-part question?
I did, but that's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay.
Dort Cohen.
Good afternoon. Thank you for caring so much about education talking about all of this. My name is Dorit Cohen. I'm a resident of New Hampshire, and I'm opposed to HB 555. I'm a mother of 4 children, and I'm extremely worried when facts are taken over by deliberate false narratives. HB 555 would mandate the inclusion of the fabricated Palestinian genocide alongside Holocaust education. I come from a family of Holocaust survivors, and to me, this is not equivalent in any possible way. And taking the UN report as an example, it is not the facts. There are other sides to this, and I don't think that it should be decided here what is factual and what is not. It is what we want to give our kids, the values. And there has not been any Palestinian genocide. And in fact, the population of the Palestinians grew tenfold since 1948. They're 14 million now. So it's the opposite of what is defined as genocide. This false narrative, however, if taught to kids, basically follows the Hamas propaganda and will lead to teaching kids fake history and what's called Holocaust inversion. It is wrong. It will radicalize children in New Hampshire. It will cause demonizing of Israel and anti-Semitism. It is offensive and anti-Semitic, and I don't think it's what we want to teach our kids. We want to teach our kids values and facts that are not argued anymore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Karen Baror?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me here and for allowing me to speak. My name is Karen Bar-Or, and I'm here in opposition of HB 555. I'm here in a few different capacities today. The first, as a VP of Civic Engagement and Fighting Anti-Semitism for the Israeli American Council, a national organization. The second, as the wife of a business owner here in New Hampshire who cares very deeply about this community. And finally, as a mother of 2 young children, and for those who have seen me handing out the letter, soon to be a third, who is deeply, deeply concerned and petrified about the indoctrination that we're seeing in schools over the past couple years. We've been witnessing the moral decay of our education system. In what seems like a post-truth era, activists are using classrooms to push false narratives that are indoctrinating our children and contributing to hate and divisiveness in our communities. The importance of Holocaust and genocide studies is indisputable. One must understand the past in order to ensure that these horrific events do not repeat themselves, not today and not in the future. But allowing toxicity and indoctrination, such as relying on the UN narrative that we know pushes the fabricated narrative of the Palestinian genocide, does nothing but promote hate. War is a horrific thing, but we need to be clear. We need to teach the truth. There has never been a Palestinian genocide. If anything, the population of the Palestinians has just grown since 1948. And that's not what genocide looks like. Rep. Reed spoke eloquently and almost convincingly in arguing for her new version of the bill, which does not specify the Palestinian genocide as it did in the original, but does bring the narratives of the UN, the ICC, the ICJ, which those who have been here, sat here before me, expressed exactly the issues with them, including UNRWA, who we all know had participants in the atrocities of October 7th, and many other things that the UN has been pushing for that have been anti-Semitic, to say the least. Teaching the narrative plays into the same propaganda that Hamas, a terrorist organization, is using to justify the atrocities of October 7th, the largest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And they're using it to turn this into an uprising against Jewish people worldwide. We are seeing the state of anti-Semitism in the United States, and it is appalling and terrifying. More so, this is a classic example of Holocaust inversion, which uses this biggest tragedy to happen to the Jews against us and is one of the catalysts for modern anti-Semitism that we're seeing today. To summarize, HB 555 promotes the trend of using our classrooms to teach false narratives, leading to increased intolerance and radicalization of children across the state. I beg you, stand for the truth. Stand against indoctrination. Stand against hate. Vote against this bill. Thank you so much for your time. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for being here. Yes, Representative, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So we've heard a lot today about how this bill would be teaching false truths in our schools. Is it your belief that what is being taught in our schools now is truthful? In which case, I'm wondering why the purpose of the bill.
There are many different things that are being taught in schools. I think that there is definitely an issue in education today and indoctrination. And the reason that I'm here is to oppose this specific bill that I think only would add to that indoctrination and changing of the facts, but by all means, there are many issues with education, and I wish that I could be on every single issue. Unfortunately, in the past couple of years, I've been dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism within school systems, and one of the things that we're seeing is an increase of anti-Semitism that is tied directly to things that are being taught in schools, and we're then seeing it on campus. It doesn't start on campus, it starts in their schools.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much and best of luck with your pregnancy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sentil Emmer? I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
It's Cenk.
Oh, okay.
You can hear me all right? I am a Turkish immigrant of 23 years. This proposed bill, I've seen different versions of it in different states, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, a variety of places. The reason I am involved and deeply care about education bill proposals such as this one is I work very closely with immigrant communities in our area, primarily Turkish, but a lot of immigrants, and not necessarily just from Middle Eastern countries. What I have seen in the past, when there's conversations, education bill conversations that involve claims of genocide, Holocaust, and etc., these bills ended up creating a negative environment in our schools. Our children who come from countries or societies where such claims have been made from have seen a lot of oppression. There have been hate crimes, documented hate crimes even, that took place. Just in the last 5 years or so, there has been half a dozen or perhaps more documented cases of verbal abuses and various attacks in our school systems. Just because there are children who come from those backgrounds. In my case, it has been Turkish versus Armenian. In another case, it could be Jewish versus Arab. Doesn't matter. I understand all the sensitivities of the situation. I really commend Representative Reed about the fact that there is an amended language in the bill that takes away specific verbiage for specific societies, countries, heritages. I really appreciate that. However, I find that many members who have spoken today are against this bill completely because there's a reference to United Nations. Just want to clarify one thing. United Nations, across so many other bodies internationally, is one that has still the most globally accepted body, probably. I'm not an expert of the topic, but the reason United Nations is in here is they are the global body that have studied this topic in the most comprehensive way. Without that, we will be left to our own devices, and there will be a lot of fighting and arguments and never a peaceful resolution. Maybe there's a better option. Maybe there's a better outcome that is more inclusive and less discriminating to different members of our society. I just wanted to let you know all of those. Thank you for dealing with this very sensitive, very delicate topic. I would like to see less discrimination and more inclusivity in our societies. Doesn't matter what background we really come from. I do deal with this a lot in the civil society, and I see what happens to immigrants. On top of that, then there's finger pointed and different types of hate or historically sensitive topics are shared with our children. We do have documented cases that end up creating sad outcomes. Thank you so much. Don't want to take more of your time, but happy to answer if you have any questions as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'll just mention that Friday I did have a call from the Turkish Consul General in opposition to this bill. Next is Laura Bashkov.
Hello. Is it working?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Lara Bashkov. I am American. I am Jewish. I am here to stop this amendment to the law HB 555 from happening. Thank you, Chairman Cordelli, and to this committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. If I may, with all due respect, why has any New Hampshire House of Representatives decided there is a Palestinian genocide? While I know with 100% certainty it is not true, Israel is simply defending itself, our representatives should not be stating it as a fact. This is not only hugely inaccurate, but it is massively dangerous. By including this term or just sentiments of it in any way, in any legislation does just this. The danger to Jewish Americans is making this declaration cannot be underscored enough. Anti-Semitism was bad enough before October 7, 2023. No one can refute the fact that it is raging, with physical security at risk as a result now. If this bill were to pass, New Hampshire is clearly stating Israel does not have a right to exist. That is not what the majority of Americans believe or how they vote. I do not think anyone here wants to be responsible for even suggesting this. Even considering the term Palestinian genocide in whatever fashion will incite even further anti-Semitism. As I stated, I am American and I am Jewish. I have very sadly lived with anti-Semitism my whole life. Without doubt, I feel even less safe in my own country now than I have ever felt. Israel made the grave mistake of letting its guard down on October 7th, 2023, by not protecting its citizens from pure evil. My country, the United States of America, must not follow suit. My country has the absolute responsibility to protect me. By passing this law, I would most definitively be dramatically less safe. What we all know, anti-Semitism is a disease that spreads like wildfire. We see how it's ripped at the core of our universities. With this law, what this law would do is start this process much earlier in our young people's lives. Let us be clear. We all know that even babies are being indoctrinated to hate Jewish people. from babies being at the, in quotes, ceremony where the murdered Bibas mother and children were finally released to their insidious school studies damning Jews. New Hampshire is at great risk of systematically doing exactly the same by bringing this term or any sentiment of it to our children in our schools. In good conscience, we cannot update any law that suggests such a thing. The lives of your fellow Americans are at major risk here, and the minds of young Americans must not be inaccurately and maliciously indoctrinated as we are witnessing in other places. We are really better than this. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Sure,
I know that we heard some emotion earlier today. I'm Jewish. I experienced it. I'm 56 years old. There's not a day in my life where I haven't experienced this, and it's getting worse because of this exact thing.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Rabbi Jonathan Spiron Seraph?
Is this still on? Still working?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable representatives. I'm Rabbi Jonathan Spiros Savet from Nashua. I serve Temple Beth Abraham, which is a Jewish congregation centered in Nashua and serving their region. And I'm honored, like Dina, to be a member of the New Hampshire Commission on Holocaust and Genocide Studies. I'm a former high school teacher, briefly, of American history and literature, among other things, engaged in other civic and philanthropy, education primarily in the Jewish community. I'm revising what I came in with in light of Representative Reed's revision 2, so I want to make sure to say this to the point. And I should say also I'm the parent of 2 alums of the Nashua Public Schools and one hopefully about to be alum for the last time. In one hat, and I don't represent the commission, but a couple of us are here. I do want to recommend to everyone both the minutes of the commission, which met just a few weeks ago, and the regulations. I think Dina referred to that actually implementing regulations, which was a painstaking process that I don't understand, by which the state Board of Education, is that right? Takes the intents, and actually many of the things, including many of the specifics that were in the original proposal, were considered and kind of worked in, and the committee certainly should look at those. And I do want to be reassuring to everybody that we take this very seriously as a democracy education for the present. It's Holocaust and genocide studies, and because it's really a dimension of democracy studies and civic education. And as a member of the Jewish community with my own set of experiences and experiences of my group, but also as a patriot, I think, and a civic leader in my community, I see this as not just about the past, but very much about the present and the future, and see the strength of New Hampshire trying to be brought to bear on making sure these things don't happen and seeing them where they do. And I've been before this committee before in different iterations talking about how to do other things to invest better in our social studies education, to deal with the divisive concepts framework, which is preventing many teachers from even delving into this area at all and feeling confused. And one of the things you can do is to kind of resolve those things. I certainly would be grateful if the attention to this bill and to the commission and the mandate would increase knowledge about it and urgency about teaching Holocaust and genocide studies generally, and kind of democracy and civics even more generally. I do want to say that I came in originally to oppose the bill as formulated because of the Palestine proposition, as someone who is an American Jew and a Zionist who has been a supporter and still is of Palestinian national rights for 37 years since I was a student in Jerusalem, taught to me by my rabbis in Jerusalem, actually as a matter of Jewish principle of Torah, as we say, and of Zionism, and that designating one particular the experience of Palestinians as a genocide or the genocide taking place in the Middle East is not in support of peace. And I could talk about the ways, and I don't, it's a field of the bill, but I think you should know that there are people in New Hampshire and people that we are connected to the Jewish community, the Israeli American community, who are involved in Jewish-Arab coexistence in every kind of sphere that you can imagine, and some of whom grew up here, and or some of whom are very closely connected to families here. And they are connections that we should be proud about, and they continue their work even after the atrocities of October 7th, 2023. And they and the people who know them here and I, are resources to try to not only head off something which is a kind of insidious version of interpretation of the conflict, but towards something more hopeful. I think that the other thing that I want to say is that, well, I think I'll say two other things. One is, so I'm the parent of a college student on I'll say one of the more terrible campuses where the matter of Israel-Palestine has been happening. And unfortunately, some of what's been happening in education, particularly as it's trickled down into high school education, is that some of the materials that are being generated about this are built on such falsehoods about what is going on. And as much as anything else, my fear is not that we talk about it or that the student couldn't raise the question of Palestine, but that the materials that are most accessible to our teachers are terrible materials. And I think that's been referenced before, and can be happy to add to that. And at the same time, and with sort of quivering in myself and my own emotion, I also want to be clear something that I think I said in my, if not in my initial testimony when we were talking about establishing this mandate, that certainly in other forums and at the commission, is that if a student wants to take what they've learned in the Holocaust and genocide education that they've experienced and ask and say, I've heard something about Palestine or Israel-Palestine, how do I learn more about that? Then it's education. And it should be real education based on real sources and comprehensive and all of that, so that they can take the concepts that they are learning and apply them. And I want to be there as a Jewish resource, as someone who's knowledgeable and academic for them, as I'm sure there are other resources here. I offer that to you, to educators, to members of the public. I do this kind of teaching in the community. I'm not afraid of that conversation. But there are better and worse ways, and some of the worst ways we've been experiencing in education, and I don't want them to come to New Hampshire. I think that is what I'll say about that. And if you have questions, otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this legislation? Seeing, I will close the hearing and thank everybody very much for being here and for giving us your testimony. And with the committee, we'll be back on Wednesday. And
I apologize.
That's fine, and I believe so, yes.
2:31.
Executive in the morning works too, right?
Yes, we did. Okay, and for anyone who was going to do reports, if we could have them Wednesday morning for the reports, so I can get them in.
I got it. The vice chair already told me twice.
Right, that's all right. She's told me 3 times.
Here.
This one.